got to do. Uh, we'll be. What the hell just happened there? Okay, give me a second to get my equipment straight. What the fuck is that? Okay, there we go. All right. Let me go ahead and get YouTube horizontal going. All right. So give me about a minute and we'll be live momentarily. Uh, this time I think the equipment's ready to go, so shouldn't take but a minute here. Uh, there we go. All right, let's see here. We're going to be talking about what you see on the monitor behind me. I got I got receipts, so it's not just going to be just a bash fest. And by the way, today we're going to be talking predominantly to MAGA, so I may be doing more talking than what do you want to call it, than taking calls. But we're going to take some calls. But I'm looking for MAGA today, so I'm gonna be mainly looking to talk to some Trump supporters because there's quite a bit of things I want to cover, but I want to cover it from an aspect of MAGA as opposed to predominantly liberals, which is what we normally get. But today I'm going to more or less try to target as many Trump supporters as I can get. And make no mistake about it, it's a little challenging to do that because if for some reason Trump, anything about Trump is spoken of that's not favorable, the Trump supporters can tune out. So it's going to be, like I said, I'm all about free speech and I don't censor anybody, but it can be difficult sometimes to maintain my Trump audience because if anything that is critical of Trump comes up, they tune out, and I don't know how to stop that. I mean, I can't run a program where we just speaking favorably of Trump all the time, just like I don't speak favorably of liberals all the time. But yeah, the Trump supporters won't stay if you say, if any. And right now a lot of controversial shit is happening. So right now, and plus Trump is president, so he's going to get criticized more than liberals because liberals are not in power. I used to criticize the hell out of Biden during his economic times, and it brought me a lot of MAGA in. But once Trump became president and he started being the target of some criticism, MAGA logged out. Anyway, we'll start the program in 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Okay, I wanted to make sure you got all the platforms up. I want to talk to you about what you see on the monitor behind me. And this is not just a dig at the current commander in chief. What I want to ask you folks is simple. Do you see any hint? And I'm predominantly targeting MAGA on this live, so might be doing more talking than taking of calls, even though the platforms are up. But I specifically set TikTok to subscriber only so I can speak to more MAGA on this live. So at this point, I want to run this by you folks, particularly my MAGA audience, because folks are suggesting that what Trump is doing is cruel. Whether it's defending the border, whether it is no longer assisting the Ukrainians, whether it is firing federal employees, whether it is no longer allocating funds to USAID, folks are starting to suggest what Trump is doing is downright cruel. And I want to speak to MAGA because perhaps that's not the correct viewpoint. That's not the correct viewpoint. Perhaps what Trump is doing is not so cruel, and maybe what he is doing is in the best interest of this country. But I do want to hear from MAGA because a lot of folks are starting to suggest that they believe what Trump is doing is coming from a standpoint of cruelty. And I'm going to give you, as always, a few clips, what I refer to as receipts, to spark off the conversation. Now, in the comments, I see somebody says, do your research. Det TCG, appreciate the advice, but here's the problem, though. Can you trust the research? Fact is, if you let's take the 2020 election. Someone tells me the election is stolen and Trump won in 2020, and they say, well, do your research. The predominant research you're going to come up with is going to suggest that Trump actually lost. So when you say do your research, understand folks are going to say, well, you can't use Google or you can't use Bing or you can't take anything from CNN. So when you say do your research, that statement no longer holds water because so many folks believe where you're doing your research is providing you with false information. So understand that when you tell people to do your research, they could come back with research you don't like, and you're going to say, well, I don't believe the research that you came up with. So understand that. But and I see somebody in the comments, Philip Leonard says, we love Trump here in Australia. I got a lot of friends in Australia because I used to live in Queensland. That ain't the sentiment I've been getting. So, some of my friends that live in Australia on election day wrote me like, why the hell you Americans so stupid? So if you love Trump in Australia, it shows that both sides are there. But I want you guys to hear a couple of things. Like I said, we're attacking this from a standpoint of, are Americans promoting cruelty or what the hell is going on? Now, many of you are aware that folks are complaining that some of these folks that are being deported from a standpoint of cruelty. Others are suggesting that Trump is merely trying to rid the country of gangbangers, criminals, and folks who are harmful. I want you to hear this clip, though, and we'll continue.
3 U.S. citizens.
Okay, well, before I can make you hear the clip, I got to actually turn on the proper audio. Okay, there we go.
Citizen children were deported to Honduras out of Louisiana. A U.S. district judge says the deportation, quote, had no meaningful process. Fox 26's Jonathan Mejia spoke with the attorney representing the family. Jonathan, they're saying these mothers had no legal options available to them.
That's right, Rashi. The attorney told me that these deportations were shocking, surprising, and deeply troubling, as these families were detained and had no option to seek legal help.
This is a family that did have legal options available to them. And because of ICE's actions of holding them incommunicado for 3 days, those options were not able to be pursued. And that can't feel anything but intentional.
A Honduran mother and her 2 children were deported by ICE on Friday. The mother and older sister had a deportation order. However, the 2-year-old girl is a U.S. citizen.
It's completely unlawful for ICE, an immigration agency, to detain or deport a U.S. citizen. They have absolutely no authority to do that.
Speaking freely in Honduras, the mother was able to tell her attorneys that she was not given a choice, but more so was told what to do.
ICE's portrayal of the mother's consent in both cases is undeniably false. These mothers were deprived of communication and any real alternatives by ICE. They were not asked if they wanted their U.S. citizen children to be brought with them. They were told that their U.S. citizen children would be deported with them by ICE.
Now, that's the part I want to talk about, because that has been the mainstay of the conversation so far, is that the mom who had her American citizen child deported with her stated that she wanted her child to go with her. And it was up to the mom. The mom gets to decide whether her child goes with her or not. Well, you hear her attorney state that she didn't get the option. The immigration, or better yet, ICE, told her where her child was going to go. So if her child had other relatives in America, and maybe she wanted to leave that child with the father or with other family members, she didn't get the option. You hear the lawyer state that she was held in custody or detained for 3 days and then shipped out. And she was never given the ability to make any phone calls. She didn't contact her attorney until she was back in Honduras, where she was deported. So this is what we're talking about. Also, keep in mind, when we're talking about no due process, this is what we're talking about. The child that was deported, and you heard at the beginning of the video, a Trump-appointed judge stated that this does not appear as if any due process was given. So this will come up. And we're talking about, because a lot of Americans support what the immigration department is doing. They support giving these folks no due process because they're here illegally, and rounding them up as expeditiously as possible and kicking them out of the damn country. So that's why we're talking about the notion of, or better yet, the potential of cruelty, because we're talking about deporting folks whether there's any type of due process or not. But I want to continue because I do want you to hear yet another one that is concerning.
10-year-old U.S. citizen girl with brain cancer and her 4 U.S. citizen siblings, all deported with their undocumented parents when they were on their way to an emergency medical appointment. Joining us now is NBC News reporter Nicole Acevedo. Nicole, what happened here?
Well, Jose, this happened about a month ago. This family was on their way to the doctor in an emergency with their kid who has been recovering from brain cancer from the past year. They lived in the Rio Grande. And
real quick, I'm gonna rewind a couple seconds of this, but I want you to think about the outcry, the criticism, the outrage at Democrats when they did not stand for a kid with cancer while you're hearing this. Remember that Trump speech? The Democrats didn't stand for a kid with cancer.
Year, they lived in the Rio Grande and they were on their way to Houston, where the girls specialists are based on. And on the way, there's an immigration checkpoint that the family has crossed every time that they have to go to Houston to give care to her kid. And they were prepared every other time with these letters from their doctors, from their lawyers, explaining the situation so they could pass. But this time, Jose, it was different. The letters were not enough. When the CBP officials that were at the checkpoint there, when they asked the parents to show documentation of their status, they didn't have any. And that caused them to arrest them in that moment. But they weren't alone. They were with 5 other of their children in that vehicle, and all of them were detained. And at least 4 of those kids are U.S. citizens. And a lot of people don't know this, Jose, but if you're an undocumented parent that gets picked up by immigration authorities and you have U.S. citizen kids, your options are really limited. If the kid stays in the United States, they actually go into the custody of the government and enter the foster care system, regardless of whether they have family members in the United States or not. The other option is to have the kids come with them to the country where they're being deported to. And this mother in this family faced with this option with a sick child, she tells me when I spoke to her that she felt like she was literally between a rock and a hard place.
And no kid, now the reason why I'm bringing this up and the reason why we're talking about America for cruelty. Remember Trump talked about Mexico's not sending their best and brightest, they're sending us their rapists and murderers. Does this apply to that? Is this what this is? A family of 6, bunch of teenage and adolescent rapists and murderers? I mean, because let's be clear, I think all of us, no matter what part of the political spectrum you follow, we can all agree on deporting somebody that is here to, sexually assault or take somebody's life. But it would appear when you get down to the point where you're deporting a young child that has stage 4 brain cancer, that you're well beyond the scope of somebody that's going to sexually assault someone that's MS-13 or Trinidad or Uruguay. Way beyond that. So this is what we're going to be talking about today, is the notion that America may be actively supporting what many are suggesting as cruelty. Just simple cruelty, because now we're down to kids. And as I pointed out before in the monologue here, the Democrats got hammered for not standing for a kid with cancer during Trump's speech. When Trump addressed the nation, Democrats don't look right. She didn't stand for a kid with cancer. But they're deporting one in the middle of chemotherapy that could literally die from it. This is far more harmful to this child than Democrats not standing for the other kid. And of course, the right don't seem to have a problem with that. So the first question is probably in regards to the conversation is probably going to be, does a sick child become irrelevant when they're not born in the country, even though they live here? Because you should stand for an American, but you shouldn't give a damn about someone who actually actively have stage 4 brain cancer. I don't get it, but we're talking about cruelty. We do have a few other clips before I want to go straight to the box and start taking comments. But nevertheless, it's looking more and more like we may have supported cruelty. Also, I want to ask you about this one.
First 100 days in office, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is touting the administration's work on border security and immigration. This morning, the White House splashing posters across the North Lawn showing the images of people described by the Trump administration as the, quote, worst of the worst criminal illegal immigrants who have been arrested. Border czar Tom Homan highlighting the White House's efforts in a Monday briefing and offering effusive praise for the president.
Border numbers are historic low. Today, as I'm standing here, we are the most secure.
Okay, we already know what we know what Tom Homan's angle is. Here's the reason when I'm talking about cruelty. Now, they posted pictures of immigrants. If I can bring it up on screen here, they posted actual, I guess, pictures or mugshots or whatever the hell. I don't know why I won't bring it up. Pictures of illegal immigrants that have committed crimes. I don't know why I can't put it on here, but anyway. They posted it on the White House lawn. Now, on the picture, it shows the various crimes that these immigrants were charged with. Here we go. The problem is all of these folks are listed as arrested. So you got pictures of immigrants here, and they all have illegal alien under their picture. One, it says sexual assault. One is the R word, R-A-P-E. One's murder. One's sexual assault of a child, fentanyl, illegal gun. Another one is unaliving somebody. Now, understand, folks, this is what we keep talking about, due process over and over again. Not one of these people have been convicted. Not one of these individuals have actually been convicted of their crime. So they already are on the White House lawn as if they are 100% officially convicted of these crimes. If any of these men are found not guilty, acquitted, or the charges are dropped, this is obviously going to become a problem for them. This is on the White House lawn before they're convicted of anything. Do we favor this? Because, like I said, we're talking about lack of due process. We're treating the accused as if they are guilty without ever giving anybody a chance to actually defend themselves. All of these folks, it says arrested. Not one of them say convicted. It says arrested. We don't know how these cases are going to turn out. Why the hell are they on the White House lawn? Why are they on the White House lawn already? Look at in the comments. You called it. You said you do this months ago, said Mr. Splack. I didn't want to do this, though. Thank you for the support. I didn't want to do this, but it's starting to look like we may indeed have a case of Americans supporting cruelty. And one more before I start taking phone calls, because this one here, I don't understand, but it also falls in the category of, to some degree, I guess, more instances of cruelty. And I just don't understand why we're doing this stuff. But this nation seems to be endorsing cruelty to some form or another.
And how likely is it that ultimately people will be voting on that as much as, if not more, than anything else?
Becky, I would say that Donald Trump has been a defining presence in this election, and that continues right to this hour. Donald Trump posting on Truth Social, he decided that he wanted to weigh in on the Canadian election, and he says, good luck to the great people of Canada, almost insinuating himself in this campaign, saying, elect the man who has the strength and wisdom to cut your taxes in half. And he goes on with a litany. I will say, Becky, that in terms of this, it is likely another troll against Canada, saying that it would be much better off as the 51st state. And I note the language here that he is saying, look how beautiful this land mass would be, as if Canada is some kind of commodity. And that is that very thing that Canadians in this election voted on.
Why is he fucking with Canada? Why is he suggesting that the border between the U.S. and the Canadian-U.S. border is fictional? Why is he messing with Canada? Why is that? Talking about cruelty here, folks. So we're going to go straight to the box. Are we literally a nation that now favors cruelty? Why are we doing this? Why the hell is this happening? And what is the game for Americans? Bringing up my first caller. I can't see the name. What does that say? DMF?
Yeah, DMF.
Okay.
You can call me DMF.
Good to have you on. So, do you see any possibility that maybe America has now become favorable to cruelty?
So my take on this is, right, I have two takes on this, right? Should it be done? No, 100. If it's actually true, right? Because we don't have, we have basically the evidence of the media, but
Okay, before you, I think I know what you're talking about, but what about this whole notion that the Canadian-U.S. borders is fictional, that Trump is telling the Canadians, and how he wants that country to be part of ours?
I don't have an opinion on that, I'm being honest.
How would you feel if somebody said that about America?
I wouldn't have an opinion, honestly. I'm just being honest here.
Okay.
I wouldn't have an opinion.
Do you love your country?
Oh, 100% I do.
But if somebody was talking about taking it over, you would have no opinion on that at all.
So, okay. In that sense, since you put it like that, I don't agree with it.
Okay. All right.
I don't agree with it because I think that all countries should be able to have the right to be able to
exist,
right, and be their own countries.
Why does MAGA ignore this? I mean, he literally is telling someone, he's literally threatening the sovereignty of one of our closest allies. Why does MAGA seem to think this is okay? They're not really criticizing it.
Because, and this is coming from someone who did vote for him, I personally think it's because Trump said so.
You think that because Trump said it, MAGA will overlook the threat of taking the sovereignty from an ally who's essentially been on our side in every war we've ever been in? That because Trump is talking about doing it, MAGA will look the other way?
There are some people who are blind followers. I'm not one of them. There are things that he does that I like, but there are things that he does that I don't like.
Okay. So you do readily admit this is wrong then?
100%.
Okay.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
All right, we'll go to the pictures now. You wanted to talk about the pictures on the White House lawn.
Yeah, no. So my thing is with this, right? Right, like I just said, right is right, wrong is wrong. If there is proof that this actually did happen, right, outside of the media, then yes, it is 100% wrong, and there should be Trump should be held accountable, right? Just like Biden would have been held accountable for it.
Yeah. Let me ask it to you this way: if any of these individuals whose picture was posted on the White House lawn has their charges dropped or are found not guilty, do you believe they have a lawsuit against potentially the White House who posted this for defamation?
Yeah, 100%. Okay. And this is coming from a Trump supporter.
Yeah.
My thing is, right, is that, but here's my thing. They have to have enough proof to be able to arrest them, right? Probable cause. If not, you cannot arrest them. Point blank, period.
Yeah, but I mean, if you ever heard of a show called The First 48?
I have not.
Okay, it's a show that details people who are charged with homicide, and even one of the first things the show says when it comes on is some of these folks ultimately have their charges dismissed or dropped or found not guilty. You can be charged with some of the most heinous crimes, and later on, information can come out, witness testimony can lack credibility. Just because somebody's charged with a serious crime does not mean they actually committed it.
Right. No. Yeah, but here's the thing. If they are found guilty, right? Yeah. Let's just say that they are found guilty, right? Mm-hmm. Then they need to continue getting these, as Trump would have said it, bad hombres out of this country. 100%.
I'm with you on that, but at least first have actual confirmation that they're bad hombres. I mean, if you got if you're going to suggest that people are raping and unaliving people, you should have enough people who have been actually convicted on it, so you shouldn't have to make speculation on people who are not convicted yet. I mean, how long has Biden reportedly let in millions of people over 4 years? You can't put people up that are actually convicted.
I'm sorry, 100%. Yeah. I'm sorry, not 100%. I'm sorry. Say that again.
No, what I'm saying is, if Mexico is not sending us their best and brightest, and they're not sending us anything but rapists and murderers, as Trump says, then you should have plenty of folks to put on the White House lawn that have actually been convicted already. It's too many folks that are orbiting around the Trump administration that are being accused of stuff versus actually convicted. We still don't know if Albrego Garcia, the one they sent to El Salvador, fits the narrative of how they're describing him. We don't know if all that's true. There's a whole lot of stuff that's up for dispute.
Yeah, I didn't agree with that one. That was a mistake, 100%. Like, you can't judge a person by how they look, right? Whether it's like tattoos or anything like that, that's racial profiling, and I don't agree with that at all.
That's shocking. Now, did you vote for Trump all 3 times?
I did.
Okay, but
for a certain reason.
Yeah, I understand that it could be economy. I mean, there's a lot of legitimate reasons to vote for Trump. I'm not going to deny that, but you're basically saying that you do see the potential that they're racially profiling people.
Yes, and you know what? So I'm an independent, right? So I will vote for Trump, right? But let's just say if someone like Wes Moore ran, right? Which I actually like him. I would vote for him 100% because I vote for who I think can would represent this country the best, not just in one area, but in several other areas.
And that's legitimate, but I want folks who are watching the program, because many folks often say, well, Trump has never did anything racist. Why do people say that? You are Trump supporting, you're admitting now that at least he might be racially profiling some people, and by the way, some of this stuff, particularly the one that the guy here that it says sexual assault of a child, that stuff, these people could actually lose their life based on these accusations that have not been proven yet, because obviously harming a child can cause the entire damn public to want your head. So it just seems like you should have a conviction before you say this stuff and put it on the White House lawn.
So I think that there needs to be certain instances such as this one, such as this child, right? Who should get first at least the medical help that they need, save this child's life, and then reunite them with their family. But do it humanely. That's how I feel it should be done.
Do you believe what the Trump administration currently is doing is humane?
No, I do not, because they are not going in the other way, kind of like how I just explained it. They're not even trying to save the child's life.
Man, you know something? You're a very interesting. You're a very interesting call. Before I'm moving on, you've kind of copped to racial profiling. Now you're admitting to an inhumane acts by the administration. How do you feel about your vote? I mean, do you feel confident that you made the right decision?
In some areas, yes. In some areas, no. That's where I stand.
What
do I agree with?
What do you perceive that, let's say, Biden or Kamala Harris would have done that is worse than acts of inhumanity and racial profiling?
So I don't think that there would have been like much of that if there had been like a second term of Biden or a first term of Harris. What I think they would have done is they would have destroyed the economy, kind of like how Biden did.
And you're not the only one that believes they would have been terrible for the economy, certainly after Biden's first half of his term. But let me ask you this last question. Which one for you, particularly as a voter, is more important? A president that restores the economy or a president that promotes humanity, as opposed to doing things in an inhumane fashion? Which one is more important to you, the economy or humanity?
Well, I mean, to me, right now, it's the economy because, and the reason being, though, hold on, hear me out. The reason being,
I'm listening.
I know there's going to be some people trying to chew me out in the chat.
Well, you are putting money over the humanity. I mean, of course they gonna chew you out. But go ahead.
Hear me out, right?
I'm listening.
So I am basically looking at my child's future at the end, or my future children's future, right? So if I have a child, right, and this person can do better for me when it comes to like job growth, etc., and have their future set, then I'm 100% gonna look at that more than anything else.
And I understand your point, but you're also assuming that your child may never be the victim of inhumanity or racial profiling too. But I got to move it on. I understand your point. You and I disagree on this one because I think the economy should take a backseat to humanity. But I got to move it on. Thanks for coming through, man.
All right. You have a good day.
You too, DMF. You too. All right. Come on back anytime. All right. Moving on with the program. Embarrassing to admit they're MAGA. I don't think any MAGA's embarrassed to admit. I think MAGA still views Trump as doing a fairly good job. I don't think any MAGA's embarrassed to do that. There it is. I care about me rather than others. I did kind of feel that too because he did admit his kid was more important. Anyway, looking at the comments, Double Luck says, "What's the price to give up your rights?" Well, the issue is, the individual that you may be suggesting that is giving up their rights do not believe they're giving up their rights. They may believe that they're electing someone that might take your rights, but not theirs. So just hopefully that clears it up a little bit. It's kind of one of those do unto thee, but not me. You know, a lot of folks did not expect, to lose their job, for instance, by electing Trump. They thought he would, go after other folks that may have been waste, fraud, and abuse. They didn't kind of ever view themselves as having a bullseye on their own back. So it's a thee versus me conversation. Anyway, tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 15,000. Let your thumbs not be lazy. We certainly want to take a few MAGA on this program. That's what I'm kind of targeting here more so this time, just simply because there is this notion that we may be promoting cruelty. And I want to hear from you folks if you believe that's the case at all. If you believe that's the case at all. I had somebody tell me that America has elected cruelty. So I just wanted to hear from you folks. Also, in regards to the notion of cruelty, I gotta play this for you before I take the next caller. Get the likes up to 20,000 so we can do that. Let your thumbs not be lazy. If you're on YouTube, by the way, you enjoyed Civilized Dialogue from all sides of the aisle. Despite any political affiliations of anyone on the program, including myself, you are allowed to speak your opinion on this program without any concern of being blocked, banned, or censored. So understand, who gives a damn how I think or how anyone else thinks? If you lean far right, you lean far left, you will certainly get a chance to have your say on this program without any issue of the host trying to dictate how you should think or limiting your time. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. We mean that. We adhere to that every day. So if you enjoy Civilized Dialogue from all sides of the aisle without the host trying to dictate how you should think, follow the program if you're on Instagram or TikTok, and a subscription on YouTube if you will. Talking about cruelty, going along the line of cruelty, I do want you to hear this. I mean, for some this might be comical, but not all.
Well, Mr. President, you said that if the Supreme Court said someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that on your response.
It's really, real quick, this was a presidential interaction with Caitlin, I believe Collins is her name, from CNN. You can barely hear her asking the question, but you don't really need to hear her. You're going to hear Trump's response. You know what Trump thinks of CNN. You already know that, but I want you to hear it though.
We have to answer this question from you. Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that we're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that? Why do you go over and over? And that's why nobody watches you anymore. You know, you have no credibility.
Now he said that to her on national TV, and that's not the. I mean that's at the end. He also said something else to her.
To answer that question.
Sure, President. First and foremost, he was illegally in our country. He had been illegally in our country. And in 2019...
Now that's Pam Bondi responding, but he really tore this anchor apart. And I'm sure many of you may have heard that, but we're talking about cruelty again. Many of you folks have seen, what is his name? Ducey. It's either Peter or Steve. One's the dad, one's the son. But Ducey from Fox News used to hammer the Biden administration, what is her name, Karine St. Pierre, or whatever her name is, used to hammer her with gotcha questions and make the Biden administration look bad all the time. But if you notice, the Biden administration never attacked the guy and continued to allow him to attend press briefings and ask questions. That doesn't happen here with Trump. If you ask Trump questions that are unpopular, he stops taking questions from you. I mean, so the whole free speech doesn't apply as much for President Trump. And oddly enough, a lot of MAGA agree with that. We're talking about cruelty. Going back to the box, Stick the Ruler. Good evening, Stick. Welcome to the program. Are we indeed looking at the potential of folks that are endorsing cruelty? Stick, what say you?
We definitely are watching people, just basically like the one Trump supporter said, they're just so into Trump that they'll agree with anything that he does. That's the 39% approval that he has. That's the 39%. No matter what he does, they like it, they love it. Let me get more of it.
Why do you think if you're suggesting that MAGA is gonna roll with Trump no matter what? What is it about cruelty that leads MAGA to support that? Why would they support Trump being cruel?
Because it's the people they don't like. It's the immigrants. It's the LGBTQ community. It's the black folks. Just being honest, his base is racist.
But Stig, there's your Tim Scotts, there's your Candace Owens, there's your Byron. There's plenty of blacks that are MAGA,
and they're right along with them. They're the yes up bosses. They're the Sambos. Yeah.
You think? Wait. Are you suggesting that black MAGA supports racism against blacks?
Yeah, definitely. If I'm telling you that MAGA is racist and we got black MAGA along with it, wow, that's exactly what I'm saying, Tim. I mean, there's no mixed messaging there.
I never seen anything from Tim Scott to indicate that he supports being racist against blacks.
Well, I mean, he ain't got a black wife. I mean,
is that all it takes? Is that all it takes,
I'm just
though?
being honest with you, like I'm calling a spade a spade. I'm telling you for what it is. It is what it is, man. Like we can't just keep doing the pussyfooting around. We got to say it what it is. We got to tell it this is what it is, man. There's no. It's in front of your face. We see it every day. Candace Owens. It was always something bad about black folks. And it was never nothing positive about black folks. I mean, she said make America great again right along with Donald Trump. And just like T.I. said, when was America great for people that look like me and you?
Yeah, that was a spirited debate between those two on the stage. T.I. was not happy. Real quick in the comments, Majin Boo says Tim is cold-hearted, was about to cut that guy off. And the guy was like, wait. LOL, hear me out. Don't cut me off. Don't be like Tom Holman. I wasn't going to cut him off. He said something that caught my attention. Sometimes I'll interrupt because if a person is going to give like a 2 or 3 minute speech, I might forget something they said that was interesting in the first half of their speech. So I cut them off, but then I let them speak. So I wasn't going to cut him off.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Listen, Tim. You get gangster grandma mad every time because she say that you're fluffing.
Yeah,
I don't agree with that. In some cases, I just feel like you're just a fair person. Whether it's MAGA, whether it's me, whether it's completely total leftist, like you give everybody their chance to speak, and then you may come and say, okay, now I'm a liberal, but I disagree with that, and this is why. So you give your pushback on both sides.
Gangsta Grandma attacks me every single time I bring her up. She's a subscriber, so I got to bring her up. But every time I bring her up, she calls me all of the most vile names you can come up with. So yeah, folks don't think I don't block, ban, or censor. You can hear her.
Guess what though, Tim? She loves you. She does that because she loves you. Like the people that loves you gonna say the most terrible stuff to you. You know what I mean? And then they're gonna come back tomorrow like nothing never happened. That's gangster grandma. So
that sounds like a spouse that sounds like a spouse that routinely beats the ass of their husband. But she loves you. I don't know about that.
Hey, Tim, y'all relationship is y'all relationship. I'm just telling you what I see because again, you're a fair guy, so you're gonna let her up. You're gonna let her say what she say. She's gonna tell you that, but then she's gonna be back tomorrow. Whether you're fluffing or not fluffing,
okay, but
she's gonna just give it to you how it is.
Fair enough. I'm gonna ask her about that. But getting back to the actual show, now because we talked about cruelty, you kind of acknowledge some of it, but in the comments on YouTube, I think that says Babette Lynn says, well, liberals, at least he isn't making mean tweets anymore. Now. Have you heard, because this person is saying that Trump is not sending out mean tweets anymore, so he's not on Truth Social sending out any mean content or material. Is that the way you see it?
No, his tweets are now executive orders. That's he switched up. He's got a broader now he can touch everybody. No Diddy.
Yeah, and I will say, I'll read this briefly, because the idea that Trump is not sending out mean tweets, this one was sent November 28th of last year on Thanksgiving Day. Happy Thanksgiving to all, including the radical left lunatics who have worked so hard to destroy our country, but who have miserably failed and will always fail because their ideas and policies are so hopelessly bad that the great people of our nation just gave a landslide victory to those who want to make America great again. Don't worry, our country will soon be respected, productive, fair, and strong, and you will be more than ever before proud to be an American. That's a mean tweet from Trump on Thanksgiving, but he actually topped that on Christmas Day. Merry Christmas to all, including the wonderful soldiers of China who are lovingly but illegally operating in the Panama Canal. I mean, he goes on to attack the liberals. I'm not even going to read all this shit, but I just wanted to bring it because the individual said that Trump is not sending out mean tweets anymore. I guess he didn't hear about the whole one of Trump just getting involved in the Canadian election today via tweet or via social media. So apparently you're not paying attention to make that statement. But how do we get American stick away from the ideal of potentially endorsing, if not supporting, open cruelty? How do we get Americans to come back on the side of humanity? You heard my last caller who stated the economy for his children is better than humanity, better than the president acting in humane ways.
Well, the first thing we have to do is we have to get politicians with a spine, and especially on the Republican side, that just won't blindly follow Trump and everything that he has going on and follow the law. So if you have those politicians saying, hey, you can't do that, and this is our power that you're taking, trying to handle the money and all of that good stuff, that's the House is supposed to do. Then you have order. You have order when everybody takes their rightful place. Trump is elected citizen. His power of the presidency is laid out, whether it be in the Constitution, whether it be in the laws, whether it be in federal law, whatever. We know what he can and can't do. But it takes the people to enforce. Those other two branches of government have to enforce it. And right now, all I'm seeing is him doing exactly what he said everybody did to him, which was, use the DOJ for his personal bidding,
So So
He's arresting judges.
you also see Trump as a vengeful commander in chief.
Oh yeah, he's definitely vengeful, and he's saying it. It's not like he's doing it, covertly. He's telling you what he wants to do. He wants to send, as he would call them, the bad hombres to El Salvador, even if they're American citizens. He wants to deport them to those prisons. So already, we won't do that.
Why is that? That's another one. Because you're right. Obviously, everybody heard him suggest sending American criminals to El Salvador as well. But the Constitution-loving patriots on the right, I'm going to ask you once again: Why are they not outspoken about that? I mean, at the end of the day, there are plenty of folks on the right that may lean conservative in the mindset that sometimes get on the wrong side of the law as well. Why are conservatives silent about the threat of sending American citizens to a foreign prison?
Well, it's just for the same many reasons that everybody feels like that's why Kamala lost. It's different reasons. You have the ones that are just straight racist, that don't care about nobody but the white tea folks. You got the ones that don't like immigrants, may not be racist, but just don't like immigrants. They don't like how immigrants come over, work hard, and then end up having something. They're haters. That's what I like to call them. Because again, I told you months ago, before he got reelected, that you're 20 steps ahead if you're here in America already and you're an American citizen.
Yeah.
Why would you stop somebody that's either seeking asylum or just wants to come here for opportunities? Why would you, what's wrong with a person seeking asylum? What's wrong with a person wanting more in life?
Well, the belief is they don't have go ahead.
They would go in the fields. They would go in the fields and pick watermelons and open up restaurants and, have a family chain. But you're an American, you're spoiled, and you just don't want to see nobody else succeed. So you're a hater.
Well, the belief is they don't have a legitimate asylum claim, and that this person came straight out of a Venezuelan prison or a mental hospital. Because remember, Trump said that they're empty in their prisons and they're empty in their mental facilities, and those are the people that's coming here. So Trump is making it sound like these folks that are claiming asylum are nothing more than zombies that are coming straight out of prison or coming out of some kind of mental insane asylum. That's why people don't want them to be in this country.
Well, if that was true, why don't he have any, what do they call it? Mental health issues? Why don't he have any mental health issues on record? Why doesn't he have a criminal record in the sense of he's been found guilty of something?
Who are you referring to? Who are you referring to?
The ones that are being deported.
Okay. Well, some of them do. Some of them do, I'm assuming.
Well, just like you said, just like you told the other guy, or the other guy told you, I'm sorry, the MAGA supporter, he told you. Some of them just are gonna believe it because he said it.
Yeah.
It's not. There's no evidence behind it. He hasn't showed any evidence. The hand tattoo that he was showing wasn't even the man's hand. And on and on and on. This is what we get. I mean, the first time, did he tell like 33,000 lies in 4 years?
He said a few things that may or may not have been true.
No. We're not gonna do that to him. Did he or did he not tell 33,000 lies and some change in 4 years?
I wasn't quite counting. I mean, he may have said a few things that may have not been true.
Come on, Tim. See, now you're fluffing.
I'll be honest, because now obviously the right-wing media is not counting, anything that Trump says that's dishonest. They're only counting it when the liberals. So the left-wing media did suggest that Trump has said over 30,000 lies. So but I'll tell you this. Here's where I'm gonna defend Trump, and you can accuse me of fluffing at the end of this. Trump does a lot of rallies. In fact, I think he's doing one in a day or two. Because he does so many rallies, he says more words per week than Biden or probably even Obama or anybody else. And he does repeat the same thing from town to town, just like a comedian would repeat the same joke from show to show. So if you lie in Seattle, or he's not going to go to Seattle. Let's say you go down to Tuskegee, Alabama somewhere, and you tell a lie to a crowd that's there, and then you go down to the villages and you tell them the same thing you said in Tuskegee, that's actually two lies, even though it might have been the same statement. So because he talks so much over and over and over again, yeah, he's going to lie a lot because he just says more words.
See, and that right there, Tim, is why Gangsta Grandma say you be fluffing, because you just skipped over everything I just said. I didn't ask you all of that. I didn't give you a mansplaining moment. I gave you a simple question. Did he or did he not? Matter of fact, I think it was an independent study that came out and said that this man told over 33,000 lies.
But in defense of Trump, okay, here's the fluffing. In defense of Trump, I need to know, was that 30,000 individual lies, or were some of those comprising of repeats?
Listen, a lie is a lie. Whether you tell the lie and you keep the lie going, when you told the lie the first time, that was a lie. When you told the lie the second time, it was a lie. Okay. Regardless of the fact that how many times you said it, and you got caught on camera, on a mic, or wherever he always get caught at, you're lying. So at the end of the day, he told 33,000 lies, Tim. It is what it is. It's just like you could say right now, you feel like the border is as safe as it's ever been, right?
Okay.
That's how you feel, right?
That's not well, there's no way to tell if that's a lie or not.
Okay, but at the end of the day, the truth is this. See, if you want Trump to get a little right, something, because that's what his supporters wanted, then he has control of the border, right?
Okay.
He has better control over the border, maybe even than Biden, right? But not Obama, but better than Biden. So one up for Trump, right?
Okay.
But at the end of the day, we gotta keep track of all of that other stuff that he's lying about, Tim.
Yeah, listen. Right? I'm not going to pretend like Trump doesn't say things that are not. I'm going to take the MAGA side. He does, I'm not going to pretend like he doesn't exaggerate. He doesn't, say things that are out of context. You know the synonyms for lying, but he does. Okay, I'm not going to deny. He does say things.
That's what he just. Hey, wasn't he just quoted saying I exaggerated? When he just
what did he say? The day one thing, or was it in the war in 24 hours, or he did say he exaggerated.
I exaggerated.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, there you go, man. Again, you believe him when he say something. He just told you he was exaggerating,
and that's what I mean when I say though, counting the same lie over and over again. Because when he said he could end the war in the Ukraine for 24 hours. He said that probably 100 times at different rallies on the campaign speech. So if you say he lied 30,000 times, that's 100 of them right there. I don't know how many times he's on video saying he could end that war in 24 hours.
No. Okay, Tim. So first of all, this is separate lies. These are the lies that he told during his administration the first time, not while running. After he got fired. After he got fired, that's some more lies. I don't even know how many lies he told after that. All I know is once he didn't, meet Biden at the White House and he drove off on Air Force One, never to be seen again until he got reelected. His count was 33,000 lies and some change.
But he was seen plenty of times in the offseason. All right. I mean, like I said, I'm not going to deny he said a lot of things that are not true. Like Travelman has in the comments where he has never even showed proof that they're emptying prisons and insane asylums. But yet he says that. I got to move it on, though. I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
At all.
No.
So last word is this, Tim. If you really, truly love the country, if you really, truly believe in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and any other things that historically we've been riding the coattail on, then get up, say something. Stop letting people just get ran over. And I'm talking about the immigrants. I'm talking about the United States citizens, and both of them have rights. Marco Rubio said it on TV. They do have due process. Yeah. So remember that, MAGA. One of your own told you they do have due process. And that's how I end that, Tim.
All right, Stick. Appreciate you coming through. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. A lot of lazy thumbs in here. I should be around at least about 30 foul on the likes. Tap the screen, get the likes on it. Is that 30? No, that's only 20. Yeah, tap the screen, get the damn likes up. Real quick in the comments, only a weak man hates another man because someone told them to. That's actually a good quote, Thomas, but that's kind of how things go sometimes. Tell us one of them. I can. Trump says a third, and liberals say it's 32%. I mean, yeah, I guess plus what are you saying? Six and a half dozen or the other? Looking in the comments real quick, it's very wrong how America sees its inside itself. It's very wrong how America sees its inside itself, and it's getting bad to the point where we don't even care about the kids or families' hard truth. And I brought this up before, the outrage that the liberals did not stand for a kid with cancer at Trump's address. And now we're deporting a kid that has stage 4 cancer without any concern over that kid's health at all. All of a sudden, the right is totally okay with that, but you're going to criticize the liberals for not taking a stand. Standing up for a kid with cancer does nothing to help the kid out. They're deporting the kid that was in the process of getting treatment for the cancer. It was actually in the process of getting treatment. So just want you guys to keep that in mind. The next time you hear somebody bring up that the liberals did not stand for a kid with cancer, because now all of a sudden that they're deporting this kid, the right don't seem to have a problem with that. And like I said, the kid was actively receiving treatment. In fact, I think there's a couple of kids they did that to. I think it's more than
56 past the hour. Donald Trump's immigration crackdown has resulted in a 10-year-old U.S. citizen girl with brain cancer and her 4 U.S. citizen siblings, all deported with their undocumented parents when they were on their way to an emergency medical appointment. Joining us now is NBC News reporter Nicole Acevedo.
I want to interrupt to say something about this. Now, obviously, the parents had no legal right to be here. You heard them say undocumented, so they do have a right to deport the kids. But the pushback on this is, when we're told that these folks are rapists and unalivers and they're emptying their prisons and insane asylums, this don't fit any of that. Which is why I started to live out asking the question of, are we supporting cruelty? Because why not, out of all of the people that are getting deported, or the folks that we would ever consider letting stay, why is there no pathway to let somebody in this situation stay? I get it that the law says you got to come here legally. They violated the law being here from an undocumented standpoint. But you can violate a law and have the courts have mercy on you. We don't, unless you're really committing a major felony, the courts have mercy on people all the damn time. They let elderly people out early because they're sick, or don't put them in prison because they're sick. They let, a mom with children that may have been caught shoplifting, stealing food to feed her kid, may actually avoid being punished altogether. It's not like the law is so solid that if you break it, you're guaranteed to be punished. Okay, this woman is here and she is undocumented. She has no legal right to be here. But considering the circumstances of what she's dealing with, I mean, what are you gonna, if let's say for instance you're on the southern side of the border, and you do have a child that is seriously ill, and you are aware that the treatment in America is far better for your child than maybe the country that you live in, and you don't have the money to come here legally, but in the best interest of trying to save your child's life, you sneak and bring the kid in. Is that really that bad of a sin? That you're going to throw the person back where that child may not survive? I mean, is what they did to save their child's life really that bad? I mean, like, we're talking about cruelty, folks. We're talking about cruelty. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 20,000 so I can take the next damn caller. Looking in the comments real quick before we go into that. I want to make sure I didn't miss any responses here, but yeah, tap the screen, get the likes up. Wait, what? Black on black MAGA. Wow, major. I don't know if well, my last caller suggested that black MAGA, DJ Julio, yeah, appreciate that mustache. The last caller suggested that black MAGA can have a racist attitude towards other blacks. I'd have to have somebody explain it to me. Now, he did bring up Candace Owens, and I will say Candace Owens, she definitely is very critical of the black community, period. If Candace Owens is discussing the black community as something negative, does that make her racist? Not as much, but it does make it appear as if she doesn't view the black community. I mean, like, there's plenty of things that happen in the black community that are good as well. You could bring on some straight A student or some college that's graduating a bunch of honor roll blacks. I mean, everything is negative. If she's discussing the black community, it's something negative. Kind of like Fox. If Fox is showing you something related to the black community, it's probably negative. Or if they're talking about immigrants, or if they're talking about the LGBTQ community, if it's on Fox, it's probably a negative story. Doesn't necessarily mean they hate those communities, but it doesn't look good. It definitely don't show love at all. But anyway, going back to the comments, G says MAGA ain't shit. He says if an American commits a crime in another country, they are getting locked up in that country and staying indefinitely. Well, that's not the case now, Will. If an American commits a crime, well, first of all, let's be clear. It depends on what country you're in when you commit a crime. The way America is now treating their immigration system, you now got to start comparing us to places like North Korea and China and shit like that. But if you're an American and you commit a crime in France or Germany, they're not going to lock you up forever. But because America has gotten so strict, our immigration policies are now starting to rival some of the more developing and third world countries. But in Western Europe, they have a huge illegal immigration problem as well. I mean, every country from Greece to Spain to the UK deals with illegal immigrants. We're not the only country people are trying to get in. When I lived in Australia, they had Fijians and people from Papua New Guinea and Somalians coming in their country as well. They don't even treat them, they don't treat them anywhere near as bad as what we're doing right now. Particularly sending people to El Salvador for an indefinite stay in that prison. You really got to go to third world countries now to find immigration policies that are as equal to ours or worse as ours. We've taken a whole new low on that. But tap the screen, get us up to 20,000 so I can take the next caller. Democrats say illegals are the future of America. I've never heard that, JP. Guess that's why they're handing them food stamps, free phones, and court dates they'll never show up for. I do agree that a lot of these folks are not going to show up for their court dates, but I don't think they say illegals are the future of America. They say immigrants are doing jobs no Americans want. Illegals are the future of America? In what way? They're doing like menial jobs. I don't think anybody would say something like that. That doesn't... I'd have to have you explain why the future. How they're not illegal immigrants are not turning into doctors or scholars or professors. So I don't think anybody would say they're the future of America. I think they're saying that they are doing jobs in terms of the menial jobs that nobody wants. That ain't the future of the country though. The Democrats use lawfare like duct tape, slap it on anything they don't like, and call it justice. You sound like you're kind of describing what the Trump administration is doing right now. Just call somebody a gang member or call somebody a criminal, and then you can do whatever you want to them. You ever see these videos where a cop is accused of doing something controversial, and the cop just simply yells, "I fear for my life," and that's kind of like the excuse to get away with what you're doing. That's what indicating you're a gang member. He's an MS-13 member. You can kind of do whatever you want to a person if you can convince the public that he's a gang member. Well, gang members don't need due process. Just say he's a gang member and they'll let us do whatever we want to him without any kind of accountability. That's kind of like the whole police. I fear for my life. Once I say that, I can do whatever I want with lack of accountability. MAGA seems to forget Brittany Griner. They ain't forgot Brittany Griner. They just don't give a damn about her. But he says MAGA seems to forget Brittany Griner and how she got caught up and locked up indefinitely. MAGA might as well have considered her a Russian. Well, MAGA, when Brittany Griner, when Biden got the release of Brittany Griner, he had to give Russia back one of their criminals. And what we were holding that guy for was far greater than what Russia was holding Brittany Griner for. So folks were suggesting that it was a bad trade, and Trump was saying it too. But keep in mind, when you look at what Brittany Griner got held or detained for, we're not going to have an equal Russian person to give them for somebody at Brittany Griner's level, because we would not have incarcerated a Russian that was doing something at that low level. We would have sent them back. Maybe at worst, deported them and told them they couldn't come back to the United States. But I think Brittany Griner got like, what, 14 years or something? Some kind of crazy sentence. There's no way we're going to be able to trade somebody that's equal to that. So we had to give them someone that had a crime that had double-digit years based on our conviction rate. And we're not going to convict somebody for carrying around a vape pen or a little bit of personal use marijuana and give them double-digit years in prison. But MAGA wanted Brittany Griner to stay. We did lives on it, and MAGA was suggesting that Griner should have gotten life. So they didn't forget about Brittany Griner. They didn't want her coming home. I mean, I talked to her. Keep in mind, she carries a lot. She checks off a lot of boxes. Being a lesbian, she's outspoken in terms of some civil rights issues. Obviously, she's black. I mean, she checks off a lot of boxes. Not a lot of love for Brittany Griner on the MAGA side of the aisle, but I had plenty of MAGA tell me that Brittany Griner should have stayed over there for life. Anyway, let me go back to the box real quick. MAGA is stupid and racist. Damn, me? That's mean. Kind of like the Democrats saying, this is Johnny Fastest, kind of like the Democrats saying that these illegal migrants are Maryland father and this and that, like any excuse to protect them. And now you have two judges that were hiding illegal. The judge that was hiding illegal migrants. In fact, both of those judges, they broke the law. I don't think that. I think the judges broke the law. The one in Milwaukee and the one in New Mexico, they both broke the law. But I think the Trump administration went above and beyond how we normally would address a judge that did what they did, because they want to make a point. I mean, they brought her out in handcuffs in front of everybody. I mean, they were trying to make an example of her. Now, like I said, I'm not saying what she did was wrong, but I believe that they handled her far more aggressively than normal in a situation like that, to probably scare other judges. So I'll leave it at that. Let me go back to the box. I think we're up to 20,000 now. Continuing on with Travelman. Good evening, or welcome to the program, Travelman. We're talking about cruelty. Do you see cruelty coming from this administration?
Do the sun rise every morning?
Not if you're on the top of the planet. Maybe if you're up in northern Greenland.
Do a bear shit in the woods?
Not while they're hibernating.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. But before we get started, you had some people that was talking about immigrants not showing up for court. Okay, that is a right-wing talking point, and probably.
You mean immigrants? You're saying 95%. That you're saying that the claim that immigrants do not show up to court is a right-wing talking point?
It's a talking point. Analysis of government data revealed that 95% of detained individuals who filed for asylum or other forms of relief from removal attended all their court hearings over the same period. The asylum grant rate is about 30%. Okay, and then when you go back, also they did a study over 11 years. All right, and it all come out to about the same thing.
Wow.
11 years, and they showed that 83% of non-detained immigrants completed or pending removal cases attended all of their hearings. 96% of non-detained immigrants represented by a lawyer attended all of their hearings.
Where did you come across this information? Because I'm going to admit, even as somebody who leans left, I have a hard time believing that 95% show up to their court dates.
Because I worked in IT for 30 years, bro, so I can get around. I can find information that needs to be found.
Okay.
This is 11 years of government data revealed that immigrants do show up for court. The other one I looked at was from, I think it was another immigration site that says, key facts, 98% of SAFE clients released from detention over the past 3 years have continued to appear for their scheduled court hearings. So it's
What
always,
is a safe client?
It's always been. Pardon me?
Safe? You said safe client?
Yeah, I gotta look up and see what the safe clients is. Those are probably people that's applied for asylum or something, and they were detained and then they released them. That's probably something like that.
Something like I said, I can't dispute what you're saying because I don't have any data on it. But it's hard to believe that if you, out of the folks who get asylum claims, you said 90% of them show up to the court dates. I would think it would be way lower than that.
That's because that's what they tell you. Now this stuff, and this is from 2021, and this stuff, the study was published in the University of Pennsylvania Law Review. Okay, so I don't know if that's considered a left-wing liberal hodgepodge of brain matter.
Most universities are. I mean, most universities.
But that's the law school, though. Yeah. That's the law school.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a little bit different. Okay, but anyway, that's a talking point because this is what goes on, and we're going to what you were saying. This is what goes on with MAGA. It doesn't matter what is said is true or not. It doesn't matter if it's been debunked. MAGA will always repeat it every time because they don't give a damn whether it's true or not. All they care about is the talking point. As is, like we were saying earlier, Trump constantly raves that Venezuela and other countries emptied their prisons and insane asylums. Where has that ever been proven? Nowhere.
Yeah.
Even the people that's being detained, they're not coming from insane asylums. They're not coming from prisons. Remember the caravans when his first term,
right
before the midterm came up.
Yes.
All of a sudden you got all these caravans coming. We being invaded, and then as soon as the midterm election was over, you never heard anything about it again.
Yeah. I gotta agree with you, at least from a standpoint of Trump. I mean, we talked about the Haitian migrants, cats and dogs. I mean, he does say a lot of things, that when it comes to actually proving it. I mean, he's still saying the election was stolen. A lot of the stuff that Elon Musk, the waste, fraud, and abuse they're finding, it's like trying to get proof is like pulling teeth with the administration. Like, okay, if you're doing a great job for the country, you deserve credit. It would be a lot easier to give it to you if you actually just prove some of this stuff.
Yeah, but they don't care, Tim. They don't care. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, you sound like you about to get burned up over there. We'll give him a minute to take care of that.
I just opened up. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, they constantly repeat MAGA talking points because they're in the right-wing echo chamber media system. So that is the information that they receive.
Now, but let me say this, because Stevie D, a friend of the program, in the comments he says, I just messaged you a link that shows he's at least off by 600,000 immigrants not showing up to court. He's stating that what you're talking about, I gotta tell you, it's hard to believe that all these folks, to the tune of 90%, I wouldn't think they were showing up like that either.
These are studies. This was a study that was done over 11-year period of time. Now, that did not come from a left-wing joint. That didn't come from a right-wing joint. What he's saying is probably coming from a right-wing talking point. Okay, pull up the link. I like to see. If I'm wrong,
I can't pull it up while I'm on the air with you. But because if I had to guess, now I get the right side of the aisle is not immigrant friendly in regards to these people. I get that. They're not immigrant friendly to even illegal immigrants, because coming here and seeking asylum is a legal way to come here, and Trump kind of ended all that. But I have a hard time believing it. 90% seems exceptionally high when we know the amount of folks that are legally allowed to stay that claim asylum is so damn low. Most of them folks that come here seeking asylum are not going to be allowed to stay.
But you're not accepting a study done over 11 years, but you're accepting what the right tells you.
Well,
where have they shown that what they said, 80% of the people don't show up? Where is that at?
No, you are 100% true. I guess the reason why I'm accepting what the right is saying, because it just sounds like something. It sounds like something that would probably be true, but you are right. They're not proving it.
See, and I'm looking at the websites.
I am too. Factcheck.org is kind of agreeing with what you said. It's saying a study published last year by the University of Pennsylvania Law Review found that 88% of all immigrants in immigration court with completed or pending removal cases over the past 11 years attended all of their court hearings. The analysis of government data also revealed that 95% of non-detained individuals who filed for asylum or other forms of relief from removal attended all of their court hearings over the same period from 2008 to 2018. So I'm going to say I'm shocked, but I can't disagree with what's in front of me. I mean, that's on factcheck.org, so I can't.
Anything that I say, I have looked at in 3 or 4 or 5 different places because I'm independent, so I don't go to any ideology, right? Because they both they stretch the truth to fit what they were saying.
Right.
Now, let's go back to what you were saying at the beginning.
Okay.
What the discussion is about?
Cruelty.
Cruelty?
Yep. We're talking about
you know what?
Go ahead.
We kind of cornering the market on that right now.
Yeah, no
shit.
No shit.
And the thing about it is, see, for some reason or another, everybody wants to talk about the Constitution, and apparently, civics class, either a lot of people skipped it, they were playing games, or they just weren't paying damn attention. Because for some reason or another, or they just don't care. For some reason or another, and a lot of people in this country seem to think that unless you're a U.S. citizen, you don't get due process.
Man, I cannot. I've talked to literally probably over 100 people on the MAGA side that are saying that. Real quick before you continue on, since you brought that up, I want to play this. It's only about 10 seconds, but this kind of talks about that.
Okay.
Are also saying their clients were denied communication with family and legal representatives before being deported, and it's raising concerns about the issue of due process, that it's being violated. So let me ask you, is everyone on U.S. soil, citizens and non-citizens, entitled to due process?
Yes, of course.
That's Marco Rubio. So
that's the bottom line.
Yeah, that's Marco Rubio making it clear, yes, they are entitled to due process. So I don't know why people keep saying that, but even with Marco Rubio saying this, because I posted this on my page and people still are like, well, you know, they still have other reasons, but people will not buy this.
You know, because this is the thing, this is the thing, to me anyway, all right, is that these people have this warped sense of thinking that the country is changing so fast, and all these people coming. Excuse my friend, you know I don't curse a lot when I'm talking to you, but some of the bullshit that you hear on here about the Democrats bringing people over because they want to get their vote. You know, somebody else was on here earlier talking about, they getting food stamps, they getting this and they getting that, and I don't care how many times you tell these people that it is illegal. There's certain things that they can qualify for if they're getting asylum, but if you're illegal, you cannot vote in this country.
Well,
okay?
You're right about that. An immigrant cannot vote, but I disagree with the notion that the Democrats are not doing it for votes, because if the listen, if you came to this country, let's say your mom or your grandma came to this country by entering the country illegally, and you've gotten, let's say during the Reagan era, you got, because Reagan granted thousands of them amnesty in 1986. So you came that way. You can probably sympathize with people that are coming here now that same way. So if the Democrat Party is the party that's letting folks who came in the country illegally stay, it would likely turn into some votes for folks who are here as citizens that know what they went through because they may have went through it a few generations back. Also keep in mind, anybody that the Democrats let in the country, whenever they do become citizens, guess what party they're voting for?
If they're Hispanic, they're probably voting Republican.
I don't think that's gonna. I hate to sound like Lyndon B. Johnson. What?
Listen to what I'm saying. They lean conservative. They're pro-life because the majority practice Catholicism. And what you're saying is that, okay, we're going to let this person in 2022 because we know come 2045, that's going to be a Democratic vote. You sound like Trump.
Well, and I think Trump may be right. I'm going to tell you this. I hate to sound like I hate to sound like Lyndon B. Johnson when he gave blacks the Civil Rights Act and reportedly said this is going to have Negroes voting for me for the next or voting Democrat for the next 100 years. But I think what Trump has done is likely to have a large portion of the Hispanic community voting Democrat for a very long time at this point. Because even the Hispanics don't
blame the Democrats.
Huh?
Don't blame the Democrats. Don't blame the Democrats.
No,
blame Trump.
I'm not blaming the Democrats. I'm blaming Trump. I am blaming him. I said what Trump has did.
But see, back to what we're saying though is that they come into the country and they're all due. Everybody is supposed to get due process. That lady that they sent out the country with her and her daughter. She wasn't allowed to make a phone call. She wasn't allowed to talk to anybody or anything. See, they're coercing these people to do these things, and then they send up saying, hey, the mom made a decision. That's parenting 101. See, what they're practicing is intimidation.
Yeah.
That's all.
The woman with the 2-year-old, her lawyer said that she wasn't even not allowed to make a phone call until she got back in Honduras. She didn't say I want to take my 2-year-old with me. They told her your 2-year-old is going with your ass. I mean, that was it. So yeah, they kind of lied on that.
While all of this is going on, we're all over here. We're looking at immigration, right? We're looking at immigration. Meanwhile, that's what the right hand is doing. But then you go look at the left side, and they have damn near totally cut, $20 billion out of NIH. So that means cancer research, autism research, research with the animals to determine how medicine react and things of that nature. CDC has been damn near gutted.
Why do you think they're doing that?
Because I really do think that they think it's a left wing thing. I really do think that.
Curing cancer is a liberal cause?
But see, you know what they did? I think part of it is they're just stupid as hell for one thing. Because if you remember, when they came in after he was inaugurated, they sent that memo out to all the scientists and everybody, telling them you cannot communicate with the outside world unless you come through this office first. Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
And so, and then they shut off the funding. Who the hell does that? That's not brilliance. That's stupidity.
But that's what I'm talking about in regards to cruelty. But Travelman, I do got to move it on. But go ahead. I'll give you the last word.
The last thing though, that's when I said we're over here concentrating on the immigration thing, which we've been working on for I don't know how many years. Meanwhile, they have totally gutted or trying to dismantle the entire federal government of what we have built over the last 75 years, internally and externally. And everybody's saying, well, things gonna work themselves out. The damage has been done. Yeah. The other countries don't trust us. They don't want to do jack shit with us. Korea and Japan talking to the Chinese. Some of the European countries talking to the Chinese. They stepping right on in. Trump say, well, I got 200, what did he say? He got 200 trade deals he working on?
He did say that.
Okay. The only problem is there's only 194 countries in the world.
Well, he might mean multiple deals with one. Maybe we got to deal with agriculture, a deal with electronics. Like China, it could be multiple deals. I'm trying to defend Trump. I'm trying to defend him.
He telling multiple lies is what he's doing. That's another lie.
All right, I gotta go. But appreciate you coming through. Thank you.
All right, man. I didn't talk to you in a while, but hey, it was good.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure, man. Come on back anytime.
Okay.
All right. Moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. Get that very, very lazy thumbs in here today. Give me on up to 40,000 so I can take the next caller. Tim, stop the fluff, it says King Fed. Well, when Trump says he's done more trade deals than there are countries on earth, I'm going to give him credit for the possibility that he could be doing multiple deals with a country. Like, okay, let's say with Canada, maybe you're doing a trade deal in regards to lumber. Maybe you're doing a trade deal in regards to agriculture because they purchase soybean or whatever. I mean, or, you know, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, but let's be clear. I'm not going to ignore the fact that he's not showing any evidence of any of these trade deals. That doesn't fall on deaf ears over here. Well, look, I give him credit that he could be doing multiple deals with individual countries. But the moment he says I'm doing 200 deals and he can't show you proof of a single deal, I'm on the side that probably what he's saying is not true. I'm just going to leave it that way. I'm not saying it's 100% false, but you got 200 deals going on and you won't show evidence of any of them. And this falls under the category of what I've been saying the whole live stream is that Trump says he's doing a lot of great things that sound really good for America, but he's very slow, if ever, to prove any of this stuff. If Trump proved a lot of stuff he says he does, he would be a fantastic guy, even for some of the independents and maybe even some of the folks on the left. But he says he often says he's doing things, and he doesn't provide a lot of proof at all. But real quick, I want to play this because this is if there is something I have gotten more than anything in regards to Marco Rubio saying that you should get due process regardless if you're an American or not in this country. I get always said, well, let me hear the rest of it. It's not going to change what he said, but it's only a few more seconds. I'll let you hear it all.
Yes, of course. But let me tell you, it looks an immigration standing. The laws are very specific. If you're in this country unlawfully, you have no right to be here and you must be removed. That's what the law says. Somehow over the last 20 years, we've completely lost this notion that somehow or completely adopted this idea that, yes, we have immigration laws, but once you come into our country illegally, it triggers all kinds of rights that can keep you here indefinitely. That's why we were being flooded at the border. And we've ended.
So at the end of the day, the rest of that is just all bloviating. I mean, and his point is not, he's kind of accurate. If you're here illegally, you can be a deportation candidate. But he did start out by stating that if you are here in America, you get due process. You don't need to be a citizen to get due process. That's the only reason that we talked about this, is he made it clear you don't have to be a citizen to get due process. And there's nothing else that he says after that changes what was stated. But everybody else, well, let me hear the rest of it. I didn't play the rest of it because the rest of it has nothing to do with due process. He's not talking about due process anymore. His words were, yes, of course.
Everyone on U.S. soil, citizens and non-citizens, entitled to due process.
Yes, of course. But let me tell you, it looks an immigration standing. The laws are very specific. If you're in this country unlawfully, you have no right to be here and you must be removed. That's what the law says.
So he says, yes, you have right to due process. So playing the rest of it didn't change anything. But if it satisfies some of the folks who didn't hear it, there you go. That was him on, this is Marco Rubio on Meet the Press yesterday, Sunday morning. All right, let me go back to the box, tap the screen, get us on up to 40,000. It's just more bullshit, says King Finn. He ain't dealing with nobody but the porcelain god at Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, I mean he is with part of the Trump administration, so many would say he's doing his job securing the border. But he is admitting that you get due process whether or not you're an American citizen. He needs to go. That needs to be said at some Trump rallies because, like my last caller suggested, a lot of folks don't know that part of civics. Look at in the comments. That's the point, Tim. The United States is supposed to be the shining example of fairness. The United States is supposed to be the shining example of fairness and order. As you said, we are turning into a third world dictatorship. Yeah, in regards to the way we handle illegal immigration, you got to compare us to some pretty low countries to find places that treat illegal immigrants the way we're treating them now. When you're starting to talk about sending folks without due process to another country maximum security prison for an indefinite sentence, nobody in the free world does that. No other country in the free world does that. So our deportation process is now among some of the most inhumane on the planet. And I got a lot of MAGA that likes that. I got a lot of MAGA that believes that if you use people as bait and you treat them really bad, it'll encourage others not to come here illegally. Sound like something that Stalin might have said, but a lot of folks believe that. Treat them like shit, treat them really, really bad, and it'll encourage others not to come to this country. Trump is trying to snatch up people before they are able to get a hearing. That's how you know it's right-wing hate and never about order. I do believe the first part of that. We can talk about the hate, but I do believe that that is what they're doing. They're snatching up people before they can get a hearing, because they know once you're in the custody of Tom Homan and his goons, you're not going to see the inside of a courtroom anymore. You're going to see the inside of an aircraft or some kind of bus, and you're going to be in your home country. So I do believe there is some validity to that they're snatching up people so that they never get a chance to be before a judge. That way you can't embarrass the Trump administration or have any chance at victory at all. We're just going to take them out of the country. And remember when Biden, because this happened on the left as well, and the right was criticizing it. I'm not talking about lack of due process, but I'm talking about, remember when Biden was quietly flying immigrants to other cities in the middle of the night on airplanes and on buses, and the left and the right was going apeshit about it? He was quietly moving them around to allow them to stay. Trump is doing the exact same thing in reverse. Trump is doing he's doing the exact same thing in reverse. He's quietly kicking people out of the country without anybody having a chance to have any input. He's doing it. Major Boo says, Tim, thank you, Major, by the way. Appreciate that. Tim, did you hear about more ICE raids in Florida, 480 in Colorado? I certainly heard about the one in Colorado. I almost think the one in Colorado was a product of somebody snitching, where they went into some kind of nightclub at 3 a.m. and there were like 100 undocumented. Why the hell would all of them go to the same place at the same damn time? If I'm on a run from the law, why the hell would I be in some facility where a whole bunch of other fugitives from the, all y'all got warrants? I gotta go. There's way too much heat in it. Why the hell would all of them be in the same location at the same time? So my guess is somebody must have snitched. But yeah, because listen, the way they showed up to this nightclub, they showed up, with numbers or whatever and arrested all these people. It had to be somebody gave a tip or snitched or something. Why would you be there? Why would you go to some shit like that? And you know how much money somebody could make for snitching on y'all? Why would all y'all go to the same location? If you are in this country illegally, you should be laying as low as a dead snake right now. Why the hell would you be out somewhere at 3 a.m. in some kind of public establishment? Even as an American citizen, I often say, don't fuck with clubs late at night, because nothing good happens at the midnight. And by the way, I think that's what somebody jokingly tweeted out. Nothing good happens at the midnight. But even as a citizen, I don't advise being out in the street at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. That's when all kinds of drama happen. Why would you, as an illegal immigrant, when all it takes is some dude to get pissed off with some chick that won't dance with him or something, and if the law is called to this establishment, that could lead to them checking your credentials and you being deported. Why are you here? You're undocumented. Why are you even here? That's incredibly dumb in my opinion. But yeah, I heard about Colorado 180 and all the nightclubs. It was all immigrants and illegals as well. They had military personnel in the club. Crazy. Yeah. You don't need to be clubbing when you're running from the Trump administration. You can go clubbing in 2028. You need to hold down. I mean, to me, that sounds like Shannon Sharp dating another 20-year-old. Like, you ain't learned shit. See all these people getting deported and you hanging out in the club? Man, that makes no sense. Trump is also trying to remove all credible data from DEI and CDC just to confuse the masses. Don't be surprised if he removes immigration data. He needs to. He needs to. I'll tell you why somebody did get paid, Debo. I believe that. Snitching on them folks, somebody got probably a good reward out of that. I'm trying to take the next caller, but I need y'all to get me up to 40,000. In regards to Trump removing data from DEI and CDC, that makes sense, because I've said before that if we get another liberal administration after Trump, you're going to have people with lawsuits everywhere. How many federal employees probably got a legitimate claim that they were improperly fired? So now they want 4 years in back pay. We're talking about in 2028. Let's say a Democrat president replaces Trump, And the Democrat says, I'm all about fairness and justice. If you have a legitimate case, we'll let the courts hear it. So people are, all of those. I mean, I think he got rid of 120, or was it 190? It's well into the six digits, but hundreds of, well over 100,000 federal employees have gotten fired. A lot of them folks get fired for stuff like DEI, lack of performance, when they didn't have a performance review or anything. A liberal administration takes place after Trump, them folks are going to come out of the woodwork and be suing for wrongful termination. And the Trump administration has no actual evidence that a lot of those letters they sent out for lack of merit or DEI is valid. Nothing at all. So it's a good chance that a lot of them folks that got fired have saved those letters and shit. And you could end up with a really big class action suit after the Trump administration is gone. So that's one area. We know Americans have been at least threatened with deportation or detained until they could prove they were a citizen. They got cases. I mean, because we're moving so fast and not giving people due process, people are getting harmed. People are getting hurt. They have legitimate lawsuits. All of that shit's going to be legitimate lawsuits. So we'll see what happens. But when you say he's trying to erase data, he needs to prevent some of these people probably from coming forward and doing, and having some type of case against them. He needs to do it. Not to mention, I've said before that if for some reason, like what Denkow stated, that he believes that there could be a supermajority victory by the Democrats in the midterms. I'm not there yet, but let's say it does happen. Those are reasons to impeach him. Some of that stuff where you're violating the rights of American citizens, all that. I mean, all of that stuff's going to come up. All of that stuff's going to come up. So if you gave people due process and court dates, you can do it legitimately and avoid all of this. But when you're just trying to do things super fast, not giving a person a chance to defend themselves, like the picture I showed you a moment ago that featured all of those individuals they're claiming, I don't know where it went, but they're claiming all of these folks committed also. This mugshot photo, they have this on the White House lawn today. All of these illegal immigrants and they have on there, they've been arrested, and they got down below all of the major felonies they've been charged with. None of these folks have been convicted. Not one of these folks. Somebody's accused of sexual assault on a child. A couple of them are accused of taking people's lives. Rape is down there. If any of them folks have their charges dropped or are acquitted, they have this is horrible defamation. These pictures are on the White House lawn. This is horrible cases of defamation if they're not actually convicted of this stuff. So, yeah, there'll be lawsuits everywhere if for some reason a liberal administration follows Trump. And just say what Trump is doing could be good for the country. Just slow it down. You're moving too fast and making mistakes. If Dems get back in power, they better get revenge. I don't want that. I don't think we should get that. I'll go back to the box. I think we're almost at 40. But in regards to what you're saying, that falls under this category here.
Working Americans, November 5th will be our new Liberation Day, but for the liars and cheaters and fraudsters and censors and imposters who have commandeered our government, it will be their judgment day. Their judgment day.
That was Trump on the campaign trail at CPAC stating that November 5th would be Judgment Day. And that's kind of what it's turned out to be. That's him admitting that we're going to hold all the liberals accountable. I mean, that's kind of him admitting that revenge was coming. And of course, we've seen it now. But the president has been convicted of 34 counts, and he ain't been deported yet. No Kingpin, he's not going to be deported. But I'll go back to the box. Denkel, good evening. Welcome to the program. No, we're not going to deport the president. Denkel, good evening. Welcome to the program. Do you want the Democrats, if the Democrats get back in office, do you want the Democrats to be vengeful?
I wouldn't say vengeful, but there has to be a retaliation against what has been done to the whole system. You can't just, what have you been saying before? Like what Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we're gonna have to start going low with them. Yeah. We can't just keep on taking the high road. These people are committing real crimes, so it's not even retaliation. It's just holding them accountable. What Trump is doing is retaliation. When somebody was hired to do a job and he doesn't like what they were saying, he wants them fired and blackballed. Like, that's retaliation. That's got nothing to do with anything.
And that's another one that I didn't bring up. Those law firms that were just doing their job. You know, if Hillary Clinton walks into a law firm and she wants to hire some of them to defend her, they're just doing their job. Trump went after those law firms. That's another case of people that probably will pop up and sue him in 4 years.
Right. And now he's saying, now he's getting agreements with them saying that they need to do like pro bono work for causes that he supports. Like he's doing that for himself.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise. Now they officially agreed to that, but it wouldn't surprise me if the law firms that agreed to do pro bono work for Trump pop up 4 years from now and say they only make that agreement under duress. Which, I mean, I think a lot of people would understand that. Because either you do this or they're going to fuck with you.
Right. I definitely agree. I don't think that there's very many judges in this country that won't, understand that they have been coerced into signing those agreements. And I don't think of it necessarily as retaliation. It's like they need to right some of the wrongs that have been perpetrated on this country. That's not retaliation. I'm going
to ask you the same question I often ask folks. Why does MAGA favor this? I mean, we know that Trump is going after people. I mean, is it that Trump was treated so bad that he has a free pass just because people believe that Trump got mistreated, so he has a free pass to go after whoever he wants? Why is MAGA not commenting on the fact that he is a vengeful president?
I mean, it's hard to say because I don't like to be using the same type of rhetoric that has been perpetuated. But I understand that I don't understand a cult mentality, so it's not making sense to me because I'm not in that group. I don't understand why somebody who swore they were for law and order, they defend the Constitution, racism is gone. They can sit here and watch all of this stuff happen and not bat an eye. Like, it don't bother them at all. The man say, I want to rearrange the Constitution. And they say, well, he might have a point.
I mean, just like the whole running for a third term. Steve Bannon is on TV saying we're going to work something out. We're going to get him reelected and all this. And yeah, they seem to think it's okay. I mean, obviously these things are same thing with birthright citizenship or even sending Americans to a prison in a foreign country. MAGA seems to be okay with this stuff. All of it. All of these things are unconstitutional.
Yeah, even the stuff about the tariffs. The tariffs are not supposed to be in the sole control of the president. It's supposed to be with Congress. Yeah. But they all just saying, like, we don't have an issue with it. I don't understand the people in Congress literally giving their own power away to anybody else.
Congress is the same as the law firm that is willing to do millions of dollars worth of pro bono. Why would you give away because it's the same thing. They're under duress. I mean, everybody from Lindsey Graham to Ted Cruz know that if Trump snaps his fingers, their careers are over with. All it takes is Trump to get on TV and say this person is an enemy of the country and he needs to be gone. And it won't be safe for Ted Cruz to attend any kind of town hall. You think the liberals are pissed off? If Trump says that Ted Cruz or Lindsey Graham or some of these folks need to go, then damn it, they need to go.
Right. So, did you hear about the excerpt that in the interview that he had with the Atlantic, when he was talking about that he has control of he has power over the country and the world.
The world? No.
Yeah. You can check it out.
Listen. I get we're talking about Trump and all that, but in reality, there is some validity to that. The U.S. does have a certain amount of power. I think it's went down now because we've pissed off the world in the process. But when a large portion of the free world trusted us and looked up to us, We did have a lot of power over the world. That's went down significantly because of Trump over the last few months, but he is kind of right about that.
Yeah, but see, when we get into semantics about he's possibly right, we kind of lose sight of what it does to the people around us. Like rhetoric is a real thing. It really controls how people see things. And some things become self-fulfilling prophecies. Like other countries are prideful about their society just like we are.
I don't, you know something, and I agree with that. There's patriotism everywhere. I don't understand why Trump decided to attack so many countries at once. I cannot make that make sense. I think Trump could have been very successful, whether he wanted to acquire some of Greenland or whatever. He could have made some kind of deal with them behind the scenes and told them we can guarantee you another 100 years of protection or whatever, but we need to have more access to the island. I mean, he could have done the same thing with Panama behind the scenes. Same thing with Canada. He could have worked out some kind of trip. Why he would go on the world TV and attack every country at once, I just cannot explain that. Because he could have got a lot of the things he wanted to do, he could have gotten it accomplished by simply talking to them people off camera and treating them like actual trading partners and human beings. But you start calling the prime minister governor or saying the border between our countries is false. I mean, somebody's at my door. I just don't know why he would do that. I can't explain it.
Right. I mean, I don't know, but I think he may have lost a lot of that political power because of what he did to Ukraine. That walking away from the Budapest Memorandum, like what other country would sit down and make an agreement with him about what America is going to do for the next 100 years? Well, we don't know what he's going to do in the next 2 hours.
Yeah, but even that, I would say he could have had more success if he had done it tactfully. He could have called a off-camera NATO meeting and stated, we can't keep doing this alone. We need more help from you folks. If you got to send troops, if you want to step up the financial contributions, but you talk to the people like they're people. He could have done that and slowly but surely started getting America to back out and getting more contributions from the Europeans by just simply talking to them like that. But the way he did it, you know, where he's blaming Ukraine for starting a war and he's speaking favorably of Russia, I just don't know why he does. It's like he is inflicting self-inflicted wounds to go against his own agenda. It's like you can get what you want if you just know how to talk to people.
Right, but then that wouldn't be Trump, would it? Like he doesn't. We're saying he could get stuff done if he just did it the right way. Like that's never worked for him throughout his whole life. Yeah. I mean, he went in there and he told them in the beginning. He told NATO and them, you guys have got to come up to your 2% threshold and you got to put in on this. Then now that they at the 2%, the majority of them are at 2%. They talking about raising it to 5.
Yeah, he said
3.
5. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. Like I said, I mean, I don't have an answer for that because a lot of the stuff he's asking for is really not that unreasonable. It's how he's asking for it. I mean, look, if you're starving and you need something to eat, you might be able to walk up to an open restaurant or something and ask for a sandwich, or do you have anything, whatever you was gonna throw out, could you give me some fucking food? That doesn't work. I mean, it's the way he addresses people that I don't know how he did so well in the business world, the way he talks to people.
We know how he did well. He strong-armed people. He didn't do it. He didn't do it well. He literally sat down with people, signed agreements, and once the work was completed, he said, "Fuck you. You take me to court."
Okay, well let's go, and that is true. Okay, going with that, then let me ask you. Let me rephrase the question. Why does MAGA favor him doing people like that? There's a hell of a lot of MAGA that are small business owners. They work all over the country. They know they can't get shit done talking to people like that. Why do they favor him doing it?
Because at the end of the day, they don't believe that he's going to do them like he's done everybody else in his life. He's going to say, screw you. He's been doing it. But they don't believe, for some reason, there are people that know his background, know everything about him, that will still get up there and say, but he is for the people. he's really fighting for us. He's not. He's fighting for himself. That's it. And when it goes down, when the stuff goes bad, he's going to blame other people. He's already setting it up.
Yeah, I mean, no, there's no kid he's going. We know he's good at throwing people under the bus. In regards to the comment, though, Sheldon Wall says, "Ask Denkow what would have happened in the Ukraine war if Harris would have won. It would have been World War III already." He's answered his own question, but he's suggesting that if Kamala Harris had won, that we would have. How? I mean, the Ukraine is still getting their asses kicked. Why would it have been World War III? Okay, we had 4 years of Biden already, and it wasn't World War III.
What would have happened is if they would have got another 4 years, they would have. I believe that they would have had the political will to go ahead and start giving them some of our more updated weapons that actually would have pushed them back, giving them long-range missiles, just like Russia is hitting Kyiv. Just like Russia is hitting Kyiv right now, they would be hitting Moscow right now.
Yeah,
and
but that's where the World War III comment is coming in. Is if the Biden administration had given them enough ordnance to start striking deep within Russia, people believe that would have provoked Russia to step up their game, maybe even into the atomic arsenal, and that's where the World War III stuff comes up from. Huh?
Well, we would have kept we keep on making the same argument. Putin has been talking that war. He's been talking that shit since the very beginning when he said if they touch foot on our sovereign country, we got to think about the nuclear. He's been rattling that drum. He's been beating that drum from the beginning. Vladimir Putin is homicidal. He's not suicidal. He doesn't want to die. He's not for mutual destruction. He will fight a war. Like if Ukraine is like about to take his whole country over, then maybe. But no, if they fought him back far enough back to the original lines where the war started, he was not going to use no nukes.
So you believe that the 4 more years of Biden or potentially Kamala Harris, with us stepping up the ordinance we're giving them, could have possibly led to Russia deciding to leave the Ukraine alone, and which would be a victory for Ukraine. You think we could have helped make the Ukraine win?
Yes. Really? Yes. We seen what happened in Afghanistan. Yeah. What happened in Afghanistan?
Yeah, that's true.
They got waited out to where they were at a stalemate and they had to tuck tail and run. The same thing would have happened. His resources are not what they could have been.
Yeah.
Right now he's turned his economy into a wartime economy, so it's kind of feeding itself. Like he's got people working in the factories, building all of these weapons and stuff. But if Ukraine had enough long-range missiles to start taking out some of these factories, he would have been forced to make a hard decision. Would have been like, he's running out of people. They said they had a brain drain of over like 1 million of the young men who decided to leave because they didn't want to die in this war. So that country is it's going to take them decades to kind of rebuild their society. Yes, if we would have pushed back and gave them enough weapons, we would have gave them the ability to defend the Black Sea and prevent Russia from using Crimea as a port. Yes, people don't understand military strategy. They just keep thinking like Russia is this great superpower, but they've been beat down with a depleted, Ukraine. We haven't even given them money in 4 to 6 months. They still talking about they could.
That's a good point. That we haven't given them anything since Trump has been around. They're still in the fight. They still are in the fight at this point. So it does show that if we had kept supplying them, they would have been. Right. Yeah, that's a good point because they're still in the fight.
They might be bloviating a little bit, or but they said that they still can stay in the fight for another year.
Damn.
With just the help of the Europeans. So yeah, it's not far-fetched that they could. I'm not saying that they were going to win the war, but they could have brought it to a stalemate where Putin would have been forced because he's given up too much blood and treasure. They
were going to win their sovereignty.
Right.
Yeah.
And so but us giving up just allowed him to pump his chest, and now Trump is saying the only what did he say? The only thing that the Russians are offering is to not take the whole country. Like that's That's not a give and take in a negotiation.
No.
They're
Yeah,
he's
basically Trump is basically telling Zelensky, you can either surrender some of your country or surrender it all. That's the only two options he's giving them. Like none of that. I mean, you can surrender 20% of your country. You can let them take it all. That's all we're going to help you do. We'll stop them at 20%. That's not much. And not only that, but he's not offering Zelensky or the Ukrainians any protection if Russia decides to stop at 20% now and go for 30% next year. So it's like, why would he? I'm surprised Zelensky even continues talking to Trump. He's doing absolutely nothing for the Ukrainians at all, blaming them for the war even.
I don't know if he's probably hoping for public opinion to move Trump in a different direction. Right now, Putin is moving Trump in a different direction. Yeah. He's talking a little bit. He told him to stop the other day, and then he said yesterday. He said he's not sure if Putin is really wants peace. Now, that's a big shift right there for him.
Yeah, considering you were talking about you know what to do and you could end it in 24 hours. Now it's pretty clear when you said that you know what the hell you were talking about because you don't know Putin. I mean, you got the Ukrainians that are willing to have a ceasefire. It's your boy that ain't going to end it. So clearly you didn't know what you was talking about when you said, I know what to do. I can end this in 24 hours. Your best friend ain't going to end it. So clearly he didn't know what he was talking about.
Let's look now. At the end of the day, we might not get no deal on those minerals. We might not get anything out of what we've already put. Just think if we walk away. Now, you've already said if we would have stayed pat and we would have came to some resolution, Ukraine would have been pretty on us for the next 100 years. They would have been pretty much at our will, at our disposal. But if we walk away right now and get nothing for it,
whoa.
Yeah, that's
you know something? I think, and by the way, real talk, shout out to you, thank you. I think that maybe the Biden administration should have, or better yet, Zelensky should have offered the United States some of those minerals and gave us an excuse to be there. But he didn't expect to have to repay the United States back under the Biden administration. That was never even a talk of reciprocating. If Trump comes up in the middle of a damn war and says, I won't pay back, like we still getting our asses kicked. Like,
I won't pay back for everything we did and more, but I ain't going to help you after this, regardless of the deal we signed. There's going to be no security agreements because everything he's talking about now has to be security agreements from Europe. So he's saying, we're not going to do nothing. We just want you to pay us back and we're going to walk away.
That's like the cut man trying to charge you money in the middle of the fight. Like, damn, can you stitch me up first? Put some grease on my shit.
Look, I got you, but I need to see that money come through cash.
Yeah, like that. I'm on the side of the ring getting my ass kicked. The bell's about to ring. I can't pay you right now. I got to move to So at the end of the day, I just don't understand it why one side sees this stuff so differently than the other side. But right now, Trump still gets an A+ from MAGA, despite what we're talking about. So if he's getting an A+ in the middle of this, if he's getting an A+ in the middle of this stuff, I can't see him getting anything less ever.
Yeah, well, you've got it right there in the back of you. The whole thing is about the cruelty of it. It's about the cruelty of it.
Seemingly so.
And one last quick thing. I just wanted to put this thing out here about what he's trying to do for the HBCUs.
Mm-hmm.
How he's trying to do them kind of like he's doing Harvard. He wants them to put administrative boards in there to talk about the people that they give scholarships to, and he wants them to go over their curriculum. All of this stuff that he's trying to do to Harvard, he's trying to do to the HBCUs now for them to get the money from the government. So just keep that in mind. He's trying to take an HBCU and he's trying to dictate what they can teach as to not offend certain groups in this country. So if that ain't DEI, I don't know what is.
I don't even have nothing to say that sounds so fucking bad. I could come up with a million things that sounds horrible. I don't know why he's fucking with colleges, though. I mean, college is somewhere people pay to go. Why are you messing with what they want to teach the people? You're not going to go in a Christian church or not church. You're going to go in a religious school and dictate how they interpret the Bible. Why are you messing with these?
He wouldn't be doing this to Notre Dame.
Exactly. I don't understand why. I mean, I do understand it, but it's just awful. It's just awful. Then Cal,
Yeah.
thank you, man.
All right, take care.
All right, you too. Will G, once again, Trump ain't shit is what Will G says. Trump ain't shit. You always hear that when someone says MAGA, Trump, or anybody else ain't shit, but in the form of a super chat. But he says Trump likes people groveling to him. True, that is true. He will take away everything that actually helps Americans. Lock it up all in a vault and make the people beg for what was already available just so he can feel powerful. Wow. So he's saying Trump wants people to basically bow down and kiss the ring so much that he'll take everything that actually helps us all and lock it up in a vault just to get you to beg for him to get it back. Isn't that what he said Mitt Romney was doing? The guy likes to be adored. There's no other way. Did he say it about Xi Jinping? I'm willing to make a deal, but he has to call me first. Didn't he say that as well? He likes to be adored. I can't deny that. Don't tell me you are fluffing so hard that you are rooting for Trump to bury credible information. No, I'm not rooting for him to do it, but for the Trump administration, it's in their best interest to do it. I think that everybody from Tom Homan to Marco Rubio on down know that innocents are being harmed in their deportation process, for instance. Anytime you do something without due process, you're going to make some mistakes. As I said on the program before, right now is a really good time. If you don't like brown people, and I know my MAGA side is not going to like what I'm about to say here, but it's all about free speech. You can criticize me as you will, but if you don't like brown people, if you don't like immigrants, right now is a good time to apply for a job with Customs, ICE, Border Patrol, or really even your local police, because you are in a position where you can do things to them with little to no accountability. I mean, you can do everything from rob them to demand sexual favors to let you, I'll let you stay in the country. I mean, in my opinion, I'm speculating here. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe you think I am. But I'm going to say that if for some reason you did something that was wrong to an illegal immigrant and it was a federal crime, I'm not for certain Trump wouldn't have your back and make sure you didn't get into too much trouble. I'm not for certain that he wouldn't look out for you because they want these people gone. So when I say that right now is a good time, if you don't like them, to get in a position of power, I mean, you literally can do anything you want to them right now. What you gonna do? You want to stay or not? Remember Training Day, Denzel Washington? You want to go to jail? You want to go home? I mean, kind of like that. What are you gonna do? You got a kid here. I mean, you said you've been here for 3 years. I mean, they ain't doing too good in Venezuela right now. I mean, I'd hate to see you and your kid back home. You know, I do have a job to do. You can either do what I'm asking you to do, you know, set me straight, and I'll leave you alone. You know, but it's up to you. You can hang out with me for 10 minutes, or you can hang out with us until we deport you. And that's it. Like I said, zero accountability. So, not a good time, which is why I kind of wonder why the hell they would all be in a club at the same time like that. Looking at the comments, he is looking out for law enforcement against Americans, says Denkow. Certainly in that case, like Tom Homan, for instance, Tom Homan, his borders are, that dude cannot commit a federal crime right now. That's just my humble opinion. He is at a point where he essentially has immunity. He cannot commit a federal crime, at least towards an immigrant. It don't matter what he do, Trump almost certainly will have his back. Almost certainly, up to and including taking the life of somebody who didn't deserve to be taken. Let's say he orders some of his officials or some of his patrol to take some lives, you know. Trump got his back. It doesn't matter what he does, Trump is gonna have his back. Because Trump is dumb as a rock. Damn, Will. He says because Trump is dumb as a rock, he doesn't know what a tariff does and will roll the dice even if he has the best economics in the world a phone call away telling him the consequences. True, but right now, even if he does have some of the best economic advisors a phone call away, I don't think they're going to tell him the truth. I think right now Trump is in a situation where he's around nothing but yes men, and they're just whatever he says he wants to do, they're just gonna go ahead and let him do it. That's the way I think it is. They're just gonna go ahead and let him do it. I think most of the folks he's surrounded himself with now are yes men, because yeah, the tariffs are incredibly unpopular among the powers that be in terms of financial analysts in this country, and he did it anyway. Trump is the type to ignore advice, do the bad shit, and blaming people for not giving him the advice strong enough. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. He says Trump is the type to ignore advice, which would be good advice, do something that's wrong, and then blame the person who gave him good advice for not being more passionate in delivery. I don't know if that's the case. That's kind of funny. Damn. Before I go to the next caller, I remember the right saying all Trump has to do is wag his finger and say stop, and everything will stop. I don't remember him say that. Right-wing propaganda says Zelensky took the money and bought homes and watches. They do say that. That Zelensky, the leader of the Ukraine, his wife has a Bugatti. They were saying that kind of crazy shit. Once again, I haven't seen any evidence of that. And by the way, I had somebody come on the program that said Zelensky was taking the money the U.S. was sending him and squandering it, and we did a whole fact check on it, and it turns out there's no evidence of that Zelensky was. I mean, the way if Zelensky was a crook, he could have easily resigned, gave that job to somebody else, and rode off into the sunset with all this money he's allegedly taken. I mean, he's in serious danger. I mean, Zelensky was at the Pope's funeral and all of that. You never know when some type of Russian operative may step up and try to kill that guy. You don't have to be out there doing that. I mean, he's doing it for his country out of patriotism. But when that whole event broke off, I believe some of the Western countries offered him asylum, and we told him via our intelligence that the Russians had a hit out on him. Remember, he said, I don't need a ride, I need ammunition. He decided to stay. That don't sound like a guy who's ripping off the system. You think the Democrats will get revenge if they win, says KO Surge. Some of them will. It depends on who was put in there. I mean, to some degree, and like a Biden, I don't think Biden would have done that. I mean, because we've seen what happened when Biden became president and he followed up Trump. He didn't try to take revenge against Trump at all, even though Trump followed up after Obama and just destroyed everything he could from the Obama administration. He wanted to destroy universal health care. He just couldn't do it because John McCain and some of the right didn't even want him to give it. But he came in there, and then, of course, he followed Biden and did the same thing. I mean, he's taken out Biden's legacy so much that it looks like Biden was not even president. But I could see Biden getting in there and not being vengeful. Now, Jasmine Crockett, different story, even though she's not running for president. Somebody like that, let me think of some folks. Like, I don't know if Gretchen Whitmer would do it. I don't think Gavin Newsom would do it because now he's reaching out to folks on the right. Fetterman from Pennsylvania, I don't see him doing it. I'm trying to think most of the Pete Buttigieg, who probably would never win, but I don't see him do. I don't see none of the Democrats the main Democrats that are out there. I don't think they would do it. Now, for some reason, if AOC became president, I think she, because she is really anti, establishment and rich like that as well. Maybe in her case, but most of them, no, I don't think so. I mean, certainly not to the level of Trump. If I was in that role, which never would happen, but first thing I would say on day one is I need every single executive order that Trump signed over the last 4 years put on my desk, and I need somebody to explain them each. Give me a summary. Give me a one-page summary of every executive order he passed down during his 4 years. And you can just simply put a box at the bottom that says yes or no. And if I check no, then you go ahead and write up something better and we'll talk about it when you come back. But I would want to see every executive order that he has passed over, because there's going to be a bunch of them in 4 years. He may pass 1,000 executive orders the way he's going. Tim, be careful what you say. If you say that payback is a bitch, remember James Brown said the big payback. Be careful, don't shoot off at the mouth. Well, Trump is doing so much payback that I don't think you could even make a hint at this point that would dent your credibility because he's doing it already. I mean, Trump is on a major revenge tour. So what could you possibly say that would be running off at the mouth at this point? Anyway, let me go back to the box. Biden used the courts against Trump. Did you forget that part? I don't have any evidence of that, Stevie D. I'm not saying it's not true, but Trump made it sound like every single court involvement against him was somebody wrongfully attacking him, and that's just not true. I'd have to see more evidence. Now, when you say that Biden used the courts against Trump, that means that Biden himself specifically was involved. I don't have any evidence of that. You have to show me some evidence that, now there may have been other members of, let's say, for instance, you want to talk about Letitia James or Fonnie Willis or Alvin Bragg or some of them. Maybe they charged Trump with cases, and I believe that this would apply with Alvin Bragg, charge Trump with stuff that if he wasn't running for president, they would not have charged him with. But there is no evidence that Biden had anything to do with any of those cases. So when you say Biden used the courts against Trump, show me the evidence that Biden was involved in any of that stuff. I think that was Trump trying to blame that on Biden. Even the January 6th hearings committee, Biden didn't have nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that at all. So I don't have any evidence that Biden was using the courts against Trump like that. Okay, the Democrat Party in general. Well, the January 6th hearings committee consisted of Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger along with Nancy Pelosi. That ain't just Democrats. And some low-level judge, Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, that ain't the Democrat Party in general. Those are Democrats in that area that don't like Trump. I get that, but yeah, that's way below anything that can be tied to Biden or the National Democratic Party. I get that the right wants to make it that way to make a better us against them case, but Fonnie Willis doesn't represent the whole Democratic Party. That's her down in Georgia doing what she thinks is her job down in Georgia, where she failed at because of her own issues, but she don't represent Democrats all over the country. Fonnie Willis don't represent all Democrats. People took lower roles to push those cases. Like I said, that ain't got nothing to do with the Democratic Party. There are people that have it in for Trump. Just like Liz Cheney is not a Democrat, and she wanted Trump gone. She made it clear, I'm going to do whatever I can to get Trump out. She's not a Democrat. Actually, they were given marching orders from the Democrat Party. I don't get what you're saying there, Paul. Who was given marching orders? Democrats' approval rating. Do you really want to talk about the Democrats' approval rating right now when Trump is about to have his first 100 days and his approval rating is currently worse than any other president in the last 80 years? I'm not saying the Democrats' approval rating is anything to shake a stick at, but that ain't the conversation you want to have right now. The Democrats are not in power. So that ain't the conversation you want to have. Will G says, yes, I had plenty of maggots, not MAGA, maggots, tell me Trump is so feared that all he has to do is wag his finger and may stop, and everyone will back down, especially Russia. That is not aging well. I get your point now. I didn't get the notion of, and I'll go to the box after this. Tap the screen, get me up to, I'm trying to get to 60,000. Tap the screen, get the likes up. I didn't get the note. I never heard someone say all Trump does is have to wag his finger. But they basically said a synonym to that, which is, we need Trump in there as opposed to Biden because the world fears Trump and all of that. Yeah, so it's kind of the same as what you're saying. And of course, it did not age well because it's pretty clear Putin does not fear Trump. I think we have solid evidence of that now, where Trump is saying stop and, it looks like he don't want to end the war and everything. Yeah, it's pretty clear that Putin does not fear Trump. So a lot of folks did believe before Trump got elected that we need him in office as opposed to Kamala or Biden because the world fears Trump. That ain't true. It's pretty obvious that ain't true. Not to mention Canada is attacking Trump constantly now. Greenland I even had people in Greenland come on and say they're willing to fight to the death as opposed to giving their country up. So the idea that the world fears Trump, that's been all but debunked. The Democrats are networked into a racketeer influenced corrupt organization that spawns the entire country. Damn. And you're probably part of it, getting paid to lie. Wow. What is the name there? I can't pronounce that. Aza Nizi Masawar. You said the Democrats are networked into a racketeering influenced corrupt organization that spans the entire country. You're probably part of it, getting paid to lie. Show me receipts and we can have a conversation. Show me proof that the Democrats are networked and racketeering and all this other stuff you're talking about. Look, there's so much there, but if you show me proof, I'd entertain it. But yeah, you don't have any evidence of that. Why are you wrong? Time is on my side. No one fears the corrupt Democrats, and they lost in a landslide. Democrats didn't lose in a landslide. Who's that? Who said that? Leetta Conyers or something. Democrat. I don't think that Trump beat Kamala by much more than Biden beat Trump. Trump didn't win by a landslide. He won all the swing states, but that ain't a landslide. That is not what a landslide. Ronald Reagan won by a landslide. That ain't a landslide what Trump did. It ain't even close. So, I mean, Obama probably beat Romney and McCain by more than that. I'd have to look into it, but I'm telling you, what Trump did ain't no landslide. Trump already admitted to rigging the elections. I haven't heard that. I think Elon Musk said something crazy, though. Let me go back to the box real quick. Yeah, Trump winning by a landslide is not what I've heard. DJ Julio. Now, I'm assuming you may have heard something you disagree with. DJ Julio is indeed MAGA, always a friend of the program. What if, I'm just going to start. I'm going to give you the floor. Have you heard something you disagree with?
A little bit. I mean, listen, there's a lot of, you guys are making a lot of good points today, and there's a lot of stupid points being made and a lot of stupid shit being said.
Let's start with the stupid shit. I want to know what I'm getting wrong.
The one part that you're beating up that whole interview with that guy and that girl on Meet the News, Romney.
How am I beating it up?
Because he didn't say anything wrong. He said everything correct.
I didn't say he did say anything wrong. I'm simply saying that MAGA are the ones that are saying that if you're an illegal immigrant, you don't get due process. Romney is saying you do. Romney is saying you do.
That's exactly
Rubio,
that's exactly what Romney said. If you're a Rubio, Rubio said there is differences in the immigration policy. Illegal immigrants do not get any rights because they're here illegally.
That's not true.
He didn't
say that. He didn't say nothing like that.
And he sure did. Every immigrant is subject to due process. And then play it and so I don't get his words wrong. Get his words right.
Okay, I'll play them, but before I do, give me an example in your opinion of a right that an American citizen has that an illegal immigrant does not.
Due process. You go home. We got to get you out of here immediately. You're not here legally. You're gone.
So you're saying that an American has that right, but an illegal immigrant does not?
They do not have any. They do not fall under any of our laws.
So
now they have. Don't get me twisted. They have a right, to be treated decently, but they don't have any rules that they have that they are bound by, or do we, when it comes to illegals.
I don't get what you kind of giving me a riddle. I'm trying to get you to tell me a right that an American citizen has that they don't.
To stay here.
I don't know if you don't have the right to stay in the country. But outside of that, is there any other right that we have that they don't?
No, I don't think that. Here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they don't have rights. I'm just saying they don't fall under our Constitution when they become illegal. When they're here illegally, you don't get those same rights that everybody else does. You get deported, you get sent home.
I mean, I don't think an illegal has Second Amendment rights or something like that. I get what you're saying, but in terms of being able to incarcerate you without you having a right to defend yourself in a court of law, that's what Trump is saying, and MAGA is saying that if they say you're a gang member, they can just throw you in prison and you get no right to defend yourself.
Well, I see. I guess I heard you say that, but I disagreed with that too because I hadn't heard that anywhere. And
you don't need to hear it. You saw it. I mean, you seen Trump send someone knowing. I mean, he knows when he puts you on that plane, prison awaits you on the other side. I mean, he knows that.
Okay, and you make a great point, Tim. I'm not saying you don't. I'm not saying you don't make a good point. It looks good. This guy that got sent back was a citizen of where he got sent back to, is serving time for breaking into our country in his home country. That's like being on house arrest. Might be a bad prison, and maybe he'll get a transfer. But that's not my problem, Tim. That's not your problem.
Actually,
he was here illegally and got sent home to where he was from.
Actually, I disagree with you because we tend to operate as a country that's for humanity. We're not going to, if we know a country is just wrongfully locking up its people, we tend to speak out against that. Trump is the first time you got a president on TV that's smiling and shaking hands with a guy that's locking up people with no criminal history and talking about, well, we're going to send you more of them to do that too. You don't normally see America do that. I mean, he knows that this guy is locking up people that have no criminal history at all. I mean, Albrego Garcia has been in America since he was 16. Came in the country in 2011. So that guy that Trump sent down there that went to prison, he's been in America since he was a juvenile 14 years ago. Why the hell is he in prison in El Salvador? And Trump knew he was going to prison when he put him on the plane. You don't normally have American presidents on TV smiling with a dictator that does his own people like that, promising to send him more people to do that to.
You're telling me that this guy that got sent back was an American citizen?
No.
He had his papers?
No.
Okay, then we're not talking, that's the problem. That's the problem that we're running into. Maybe it's me that's running into it. Because I just don't think it's right. Okay, if I break into your house, or Tim, sorry, you break into my house, there ain't no judge that's going to see you. They're breaking into our country, hurting our people who are born here, work here, thrive here. They're hurting our people.
So based on your statement, if I break in your house, there ain't no judge. You sound like you would defend taking the life of everybody that went into the Capitol building on January 6th.
No, because they went into their house. That's the people's house.
Hey, you can't go into people. Wait. You can't go into people's. You can't go into people's locked offices and shit. That's because the building is paid for by taxpayers. So if you're the chief of police, and you're working in a building that's paid for by taxpayers, they can just come into your office anytime they want, barge in, all of that, huh?
You know, I'm telling you, we should be able to.
No.
We should be able to. We need to talk to those people. We should be able to walk right into their office and stop their day because they work for us.
So they should have no privacy whatsoever.
They work for us, Tim.
Who the hell would take that? So what if he's working on a confidential case? What, you gonna go in the evidence room too, huh? Because we pay for that. You can just go anywhere you want.
Well, that's a secure facility. That's a little bit different.
So was the Capitol building when you got all of Congress and the Senate and the Vice President? It was a secure facility.
It is not secure if it is not behind lock and key.
That's why they broke the windows. It was locked.
They shut the door on him and locked it. It was unlocked before that. I'm not wrong. I get what you're saying. You're right. You make a good point. But I'm not wrong. The door was unlocked before they got there.
You got the House and Senate involved in a smooth transition of power. You know 20,000 motherfuckers can't just come walking up in there in the middle of that.
But you can put freaking 15,000 in the street and burn down a whole city and call it.
What does this got to do with that?
What does January 6th have to do with you breaking into my house?
You said that breaking into a property should be worthy of getting taken
Right,
out.
but now you can't use a public building for that because you and I both know that's the people's place.
That ain't.
And we should have transparency and be able to walk through anything we're paying taxes on, unless it's a secure facility.
So the Capitol building, when it's closed, and that building was closed, that's why they had those horses and all that stuff out front. It was, despite what Tucker Carlson and these folks were saying, they were not giving out a tour. The building, they have, what do you call it, Congress or whatever. It was in session. You can't just have 20,000 people come walking up in there.
I understand what you're saying.
Not to mention fire coats and all of that. Everything they did was wrong.
I'm here to debate with you and have a conversation with you. That's what we're doing. I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is we as an American people need to understand that we have that right unless it's in a secure facility, a jail, lock and key, evidence room, things that we don't need to be a part of because it's part of an investigation. We should have access to all those public buildings. No. We have First Amendment auditors. We have all these other people that are all over TikTok doing those same damn things, walking through offices and telling those people we have that right. And they do.
So when you look at...
That's what I was getting at. That's all I'm getting at.
Okay, so when you look at the footage of those folks on that 2-mile walk to the Capitol building, they're talking about, you know, we need to storm this place and we need to take the life of the vice president and you're gonna hang Nancy Pelosi. You're saying they should just be let in because it's the people's building. They're making threats constantly.
There's people that were bad. There was hundreds of people that were bad, Tim. I'm not going to defend all of it. I think that was a shit show. I'm not sure how it started, who was all behind it for sure. I don't believe that I know the facts on it as far as who was behind it. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. I'm just surprised that people. I'm just surprised.
What I'm telling you is this. Let me try it this way. Because we always get on one topic and then we stay there for the whole time. And it's
you got the floor. You got the floor. Go ahead. Go ahead.
If you're trying to break, let's say you work for me. Let's say you're in my house. You're my contractor. You're building a couple of walls, whatever, what have you.
Okay.
I want to come and check on your work. You tell me you don't want me to see the work until it's done. I tell you I'm coming in to see what it looks like. I'm coming in to make sure things are going the way that we as the people that own this house that you're working on or working in are doing it the way that we want you to do it. If you lock my doors, I'm kicking down the door if I don't have my key. I'm breaking through a window if I have a key. Did they do it the right way January 6th? Absolutely not. But those people were feeling like they were locked out of their house. They wanted answers by the people that are working for them. And they wanted people who were working for them to be held accountable. So just like me breaking into my house to have a conversation with you working on my walls, they were breaking into that building to set our government straight.
How? Let me ask you. I'm just curious. I'm not taking away from what you're saying, but you said they wanted answers. They want to come in and set the government straight. How? What do you, when you come in there, what question are you going to ask? You expect them to rehash the whole election process with you? I mean, they're there to have a smooth transition of power. They're not there to talk about what happened to the votes in Pennsylvania and all of that shit. What do you expect to accomplish?
Because that shit matters.
But this ain't where it's handled at, though. That ain't where you come. You want to talk about the Pennsylvania election? You go to the people in Pennsylvania. You don't go to Mike Pence. You don't know nothing about that.
Why not? Why not? He's the one that's responsible for certifying them votes too.
Yes. But he's going to tell you.
So wait. If you say yes, then you understand that if Mike Pence is the answer to those questions in Pennsylvania, they have a right to go to Mike Pence to ask those questions.
Yeah, but those questions already been answered.
They didn't ask them.
Those questions already been answered. I mean, you don't have multiple audits in the state, yet you continue questioning the votes of that state. Like, how many ways can we tell you didn't win this state? Trump had like 3 audits in Georgia, and he's still claiming he lost Georgia. Like, what else do you want us to do?
No, hey, listen, I agree with you. It should have never happened. I've been saying that this whole conversation. We're debating here. We're saying your side. I'm a Republican. I'm going to say my side. I'm going to try to agree and understand my people while you're trying to get me to not look at them the way that I am. You're trying to change my view on that. That's great. I appreciate this. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is when we go back, we're not talking about January 6th no more. If a guy breaks into my house, don't care who it is. You come in without permission, you get told to leave, you don't leave, bad things happen. Bad things in this case, in this young man's case, who somehow got here illegally when he was 14 years old, got away with sneaking around the mother's back, father's back, however you want to look at it, the big government's back, and living life, taking side jobs, cash jobs that a contractor such as myself or you or whoever else.
You're skipping over some stuff. You're skipping over some stuff. Like, first of all, you say sneaking around where he actually had court hearings. I mean, in 2019, a court ruled that he was up for deportation but could not be sent to El Salvador. Because that means he's actually showing up to court. It ain't like he's in the country and nobody knows he's here. He actually has showed up to court.
Great. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So in 2019, it should have been like, that's where he's from. Sorry, he's coming home. This should have been handled back in 2019.
No, because they actually ruled that he did have a legitimate claim that if he was sent back to El Salvador, he would be in danger. That's why they didn't send. The Trump administration and MAGA are the ones that are like, I don't give a damn if they're going to kill you in your own country. If you don't belong here, we're going to send you there. Before the Trump administration came along, we didn't used to do that. We didn't used to celebrate people who would mistreat their own and smile with them on TV like that. Trump is different now.
He's not the only thing that makes this man our own is that he's human. That's it.
Huh?
That's it. And the only thing that makes him one of us, Americans.
Right.
There's nothing that makes him American. The only thing that is similar in us is we have a heartbeat and we're humans. Now, if I look at it from just the human side of it, I wish I lived in a country where everything worked on a barter system. Nobody had to work a 9-to-5 job. Everything was shared equally. That would be fucking great, because then I wouldn't have to pay so much to do what I do. But that's not where we live. We live in a fuck America. You've got to come into our country the right way. If you do not come here the right way, it's like coming to my house. It's like coming to, I don't have a problem with this guy, but he talks a lot about me. Michael the Boss. If he comes to Michael the Boss's house, I can almost guarantee you, if someone breaks into his house, he's not going to ask him if they want coffee or tea. He's not going to ask him, hey, are you homeless?
Julio.
Are you not homeless? Michael's not going to ask him. You're not going to ask him. Nobody in this chat's going to ask this dude if he's hungry, if he's tired. You broke into my house, dude. You got a second to get out.
Julio, our laws are not that black and white. We let folks, you see a mom with a young child stealing food in Walmart and you know she hasn't eaten. We don't just throw her in jail. Our laws are not black and white. Sometimes we do have compassion. This person that's claiming his life was in danger, he's not a rapist, he's not an unaliver, he doesn't have this huge criminal record. His woman accused him of domestic violence, but he wasn't convicted of that. He doesn't have any criminal history of doing anything felonious in this country at all. Whatever happened to compassion? Just everybody that came in here illegally, fuck them all, huh? Even if they actually have some kind of legitimate case, just fuck them. You came here illegally, you gotta go. Whatever happened to compassion?
What would have happened? And I'm gonna remember this and come back to that compassion remark. Going back to the mother that's stealing from a store to feed her family, and we show compassion in the courts for her.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, she's one of our people, Tim. El Salvador has their people. So unfortunately, we live in a time of life, on a timeline where there's a lot of borders. Until we can learn to get along, those borders are going to exist. If you sneak cross those borders, shit's going to happen, and it's not going to be what you want it to be. It's not ever going to be. Just because I break into your house and I'm able to stay there for 3 weeks because you're on vacation doesn't make it my house. Doesn't make it our house.
I get that. But like in the comments, Sean Herbert says, why does he need to go to jail? Yeah, but like Sean Herbert said, why does he need to go to jail for life? Okay, he's in the country illegally. Why do you need to send him back to a country where they're going to wrongfully put him in jail indefinitely? Is that the punishment for coming in your house? You know they're going to do that to him. Why would you not maybe let this one stay in your house? You know what he's about to face. You're really interested in securing your house so much that you're willing to watch somebody face basically inhumanity just so you can say I made them leave.
That's the second point, and Mike's going to help me with it. Thank you for that. Back to the compassion. What do you suppose? Do you suppose that we would have lost all of our native languages? Do you suppose we would have lost all of our native tribes if in 1492 the Indians just stood on business and said, "This isn't your country"? Do you think we would have had to go? Do you think we would have had to? My people? Do you think my people, both the Mexican side of me and the Indian side of me, would have had to gone through all the genocide they went through if they would have just stood their ground and said, "Sorry, this is our land. You go home"?
You raise a good point, but you're making it sound like the purpose of the illegal immigrants coming to this country is to take it over and commit acts of genocide.
It is, and I'm going to tell you
what?
where it's going to stem from. Well,
what?
Not genocide. Take that part out of it. But it's for Democrat to take over the country.
What?
Biden busts those people to hide those people.
So you believe
you say Trump is kicking them out as fast as Biden was sneaking them in.
Well, first of all, we had millions of immigrants.
Which one's worse?
Well,
which one's worse?
Well, I think you're making a false comparison because fact is there were a ton of illegal immigrants in this country long before Biden got elected. It ain't like we had zero, then Biden gets elected and millions of people are in here. I mean, look at some of the people that, like Abrego Garcia, he didn't come in here during the Biden administration. He came in here in 2011. That would have been back during Obama time. So it's already
another Democrat.
Well, yeah, but a lot of them came in during a lot of them came in during George Bush. I mean, they've been coming in here the whole damn time. This isn't just something Democratic.
Yeah, no, I get it, and I do want you to know. I love to argue. I love to try to find the right point, and I feel strongly about a lot of this stuff. I feel strongly about the border,
and I understand that, but I just
because of my ancestral roots. If we don't establish the border now and stand on our business, we're going to lose our country at some point. Maybe not our generation, maybe not my kids' generation, maybe a little further down the line, but it's bound to happen if we don't do this the right way.
Lose your country to who?
I don't know. Whoever's sneaking in. I don't know. I'm just this is hyperbole, if you will. I'm just saying. I'm talking and showing a perspective and things to think about when we're really wasting our goddamn day defending a man who was here and wasn't supposed to be.
You know something? I'll tell you this because
Tell me that, but I want to say this person says, "Who is we?" Denkel, American people don't want illegal immigration. They want proper immigration. So we, as American citizens, chose the president to do it.
And they want proper deportation as well.
I agree. I'm not going to tell you that I agree with the way that everything is happening. I agree that if they're not supposed to be here, they should be gone.
Yeah, the party that's saying if you want to come here, just come here the right way, are sending people out the wrong way. I mean, if you want to deport somebody, then deport them the right way as well.
Yeah, and we should have brought them in the right way too. We brought them in the wrong way. They're leaving the wrong way. Sounds like it's one hand's going to wash the other. It's going to be a fucking shit stain on American history. As long as I'm alive, it will. This period between 2020 and 2028, it's gonna look like shit.
You don't need to. I gotta move it on, Julio. But if your boy would just act like a human being, like for instance, Abrego Garcia was an easy deportation. I mean, they actually have a court order saying he can be deported. What Trump did without due process, that was unnecessary. You could have easily deported that dude the right way. Just find another country that's going to take him go ahead.
We got to remember that Trump isn't doing this. His departments are doing this, and Trump is standing behind his departments. He's making...
His departments are doing that shit because they know he want it done.
Okay.
Yeah, they wouldn't do it. Some of them folks...
So then the government's effective. Then the government now is effective.
No, it's not effective. It's inhumane. It ain't effective. I gotta go. It ain't effective.
Do you ever watch the 100?
No.
You never watched the 100. Watch the 100. You'll get a lot of what I'm getting at.
Where do I find that?
Be more compassion.
Where do I find
Netflix?
Netflix.
Netflix.
I haven't watched it before.
There needs to be more compassion. I'm fucking 100% behind you. For the sake of the conversation, for the sake of the debate, I'm going to always lean hard, and I'm always going to lean hard right. I do understand what you're saying. I believe we need compassion. I believe we need those things. But unfortunately, right now, because of one party, the other party's acting the way that they're acting.
And they gonna lose. They gonna lose. Just like the left went too far to the left with some of the progressive and woke shit, you can go too far to the right with all this inhumane shit too. So the right needs to take a page out of what they've been celebrating about how the left went too far to their side. They're going too far with this. I gotta go.
You be good.
All right, you too. Appreciate it. That was the one and only DJ Julio. Based on tattoos you need to go to. Mike, are you saying that the man got tattoos? You said, but I'm just simply saying that the idea that the left went too far and that's why they lost. You can go too far to the right as well. And like I said, with Abrego Garcia, Trump had options that did not have to be fucking inhumane. Simply put, when Bukele, tap the screen, by the way, get me up to 65,000 so we can take the next call. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Bukele, the president of El Salvador, he came to the White House with Trump. Remember, they asked him, is he going to send the guy back? And he said no or whatever. And Trump claims he can't get the guy back. All Trump did at that point was had to say that I'm going to at least get this guy to let him out of prison. Look, he has no legal right to be in America. He's from El Salvador. We sent him back to his home country. There's no reason why the guy's in prison. And there's no reason why you're sitting next to this dude, buddy, and you know he's wrongfully locking up people. So what Trump should have done, bring the guy back, put him through the procedure, and deport him. I mean, he has no legal right to stay here. Trump just kicked him out the wrong damn way. And he could have easily, considering how buddy he is with Bukele, he could have easily got Bukele to admit on national TV, even if he was lying about it, to say that we're going to make sure that this guy is safe and free when he comes back home. We're going to bring him back home as the Americans are suggesting he cannot stay in America. And he's claiming that gangs are after him. We've cleaned up the street. There are not many gangs on the street anymore. We'll provide him security. But he has to come home. That's all you have to do. This is what the whole theme of the program has been in regards to cruelty, because Trump is running into all sorts of problems from what really amounts to self-inflicted wounds. I mean, because nobody is saying that Garcia has a legal right to stay in America. It's just the whole outcry is over how he was deported with no due process and all that bullshit. Bring the guy back, hold the deportation hearing that he's guaranteed to lose, get Bukele to say on television that we're going to guarantee his safety and make sure he's able to be a free man because he has no damn business being in prison, and he goes. It's as simple as that. It was as simple as that. They could have done that, and they would not have been running into all of this shit, as opposed to celebrating that he's in prison and having Christy Nome go down there and take pictures in front of... I mean, how could you go down there and take a picture in front of this jail cell where they're 82 to a cell, and we know that these people are not even getting due process? That makes it look like we like that kind of shit. That we like people going to prison without any court hearings or anything. You can't go and say, well, look, all we did was deported them. We ain't got nothing to do with them going to jail, when you're going down there taking pictures in front of the fucking cell. You can't claim you don't have nothing to do with it when you literally went to the country and did a commercial in front of this shit. We seem like we do like it. Looking in the comments, wait is, what does that says? Wait is that MAGA? No, that was not MAGA Reaction. That was DJ Julio, Sean Herbert. But I get why you're asking that. Look at this pretzel. I get why you're asking it, but that was not that was DJ Julio. Side note, if I told you about Burkina Faso leader, Europeans, including the U.S., is trying to stage in the... Really? I have not heard about that. Who was that leader? Burkano, you said somebody's trying to stage, the Europeans, including the U.S., is trying to stage an assassination of, who is that person? I have not heard that. Burkina Faso has a bunch of gold. Its leader is trying to make the country a better place. Europeans don't like it, and propaganda is the leader is being greedy of the gold. I have not heard that, but it's kind of out of our playbook. It would not surprise me. It really wouldn't surprise me if you want to get rid of somebody, say they're mistreating their own people, say they got weapons of mass destruction, make up some kind of reason to go in there. It would not surprise me. That is out of our playbook. You forget Obama deported more people than Trump. Yeah, but I believe most of Obama's deportations were turning people around at the border. I don't think what Obama was going after kids with cancer and all that shit, because I'll tell you something. The Rush Limbaughs back then who were calling Obama the deporter in chief, they would have been beating him over the head with that. If he had been doing some of the stuff like what the Trump administration is doing, they would have been holding him accountable for that. So I know he supposedly has deported more people than Trump. And I mean, right now, Trump's only been in office for 1 term plus 3 months, and Obama got 8 years. So we'll see how Trump goes. But I don't believe Obama was doing it from that horrible lack of sympathy prospect. But he might have been. But as I stated before, Trump could have accomplished a lot more if he wasn't so out in the open with it.
Children were deported to Honduras out of Louisiana. A U.S. district judge says the deportation, quote, had no meaningful process. Fox 26's Jonathan Mejia spoke with the attorney representing the family. Jonathan, they're saying these mothers had no legal options available to them.
That's right, Rashi. The attorney told me that these deportations were shocking, surprising, and deeply troubling, as these families were detained and had no option to seek legal help.
This is a family that did have legal options available to them. And because of ICE's actions of holding them incommunicado for 3 days, those options were not able to be pursued. And that can't feel anything but intentional.
A Honduran mother and her 2 children were deported by ICE on Friday. The mother and older sister had a deportation order. However, the 2-year-old girl is a U.S. citizen.
It's completely unlawful for ICE, an immigration agency, to detain or deport a U.S. citizen. They have absolutely no authority to do that.
Speaking freely in Honduras, the mother was able to tell her attorneys that she was not given a choice, but more so was told what to do.
ICE's portrayal of the mother's consent in both cases is undeniably false. These mothers were deprived of communication and any real alternatives by ICE. They were not asked if they wanted their U.S. citizen children to be brought with them. They were told that their U.S. citizen children would be deported with them by ICE.
And that's the narrative, is that these moms, this mom just said, I want my child to come with me, and we just, the mom gets to keep the kid. No, as you heard her attorney say, no, they weren't given a choice. They were told, you're leaving and your kid's going with you.
Donald Trump's immigration crackdown has resulted in a 10-year-old U.S. citizen girl with brain cancer and her 4 U.S. citizen siblings all deported with their undocumented parents when they were on their way to an emergency medical appointment. Joining us now is NBC News.
I want to point this out. I mentioned this all throughout the live, but I'm going to keep singing it from the heavens. Remember when Democrats looked like they were pieces of shit for not standing for a kid with cancer at Trump's address? We're deporting stage 4 kids out of the country on their way to treatment. So I want to point that out, because the right made it look like the Democrats were a piece of shit for not standing for a kid with cancer. Yet stage 4 on the way to treatment, and they're deporting this kid. Standing for a kid doesn't do anything for his medical care. Getting treatment actually does.
Nicole Acevedo. Nicole, what happened here?
Well, Jose, this happened about a month ago. This family was on their way to the doctor in an emergency with their kid who has been recovering from brain cancer from the past year. They lived in the Rio Grande, and they were on their way to Houston, where the girls specialists are based on. And on the way, there's an immigration checkpoint that the family has crossed every time that they have to go to Houston to give care to her kid.
And I'm just asking, compassion. This is not a grapist. This is not a unaliver, for lack of a better term. This is not. It's not an MS-13. It's not Trinde or Agua. It's a kid with brain cancer, and they gave him zero. Him or her. I guess this was a female. Looks like they gave her no sympathy whatsoever. They got the face blurred out for obvious reasons. It's a juvenile, but no sympathy whatsoever. Kick the kid out of the country. Brain cancer and all. But the Democrats won't stand up and clap for a kid with cancer, so they're the bad ones. Just look at the optics of this now. Will G says, Ibrahim, there's no way I'm gonna pronounce that, but I'm curious as what country is this person from? Where's that country at? You never know. You say Tim is paid by the left, or Tim could be a Trump informant. I'm neither. I'm not getting a lot of money doing this. Wow, that's crazy. And by the way, Mike, you're saying that was your talking point? It's a good one. I didn't know it was. That's a good one. Let me go to you. Good evening. Welcome to the program. That's a good one because, yeah, they're talking about the left wouldn't stand up for a kid with cancer, and here they got a stage 4. I guess if the kid ain't American, they don't give a damn about him. Mike, good evening.
What's going on, Tim? Hey, 182 people in here. Tap the screen, share the live. Let's get Tim up to about 75,000.
I like
know
that.
It's hard to listen to a bunch of buffoonery, but let's get him up to 75,000. First of all, this isn't the first kid. This isn't the first kid with cancer. Let's be clear. There was a 10-year-old. Right after. If you remember, Tim, immediately after that address to Congress with Trump, there was a 10-year-old that was here for treatments. She was going back and forth, and they didn't let her back in the country to finish having to go to her doctor's appointments. That happened first. I don't know if you remember that.
Now, I think I've heard. It sounds familiar. I mean, there's so many of these sob, because the Democrats are looking for these sob stories. It's like they're looking for Lincoln Riley stories. But fact is, these stories do exist.
100% they exist. And not only, here's the hypocrisy and everything that DJ Julio just said, which was absurd. I'll just read the Constitution and it will debunk everything he's trying to say. Tom Holman was on Face the Nation Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch that?
No, I watched. I'm a big Stephanopoulos, and I'll watch Meet the Press because all three of those. That's the CBS show. I don't watch the CBS one too much.
This is what he did. This is what's crazy. When the lady that was interviewing him asked him about the 4-year-old with stage 4 cancer.
Right.
First he said nobody was deported. Then he said, this is all in the same interview now. First he said nobody was deported. Okay. And then he said the 2-year-old went with the mom signed the papers. Then he turned right back around and said, I wasn't aware of it until you just mentioned to me. That's what he told her in the interview, all at the same time. Then he talks about this is just parenting 101 and you take the kids with you. Then he turns around and says he doesn't know anything about it. This was all in the same interview. So it tells you that they don't care, that everybody's just talking. They're just talking.
I don't think that there's any. I don't think it's even up for debate that they don't care. I mean, I'm listening to MAGA. I'm talking to MAGA every day about these folks. No, they don't care. I mean, it's pretty clear they don't care.
He said having a U.S. citizen child. This is a quote. Having a U.S. citizen child after you enter this country illegally is not a get out of jail free card, right? Yeah. As if that's what happened. That as if they're doing their due diligence to make sure that they're doing the right people based on the criteria that they've set. That is not happening. It's not happening. They're just pulling the trigger and deporting people.
And I believe that. Like I said, I don't care if your home country featured a volcano that's currently erupting. If it comes to letting you stay here illegally or sending you back to that country, they would see you. They don't care. They don't care if you face a possibility of dying when you go home. You got to go. If you're here illegally, you got to go no matter what the consequences are on the other side.
Well, think about this, Tim. Before I switch over to old Hennessy Hexit.
What did Hexit do?
Well, we're about to get to that in a second. But when you're talking about deporting people, we're talking about deporting them and returning them to their country. Right. Not deporting them and returning them to and putting them in a prison in their country. What law did they break
Here's their counter argument. Their counter argument is that it's not our prison. We're not locking you up. We're just sending you home. If your home country decides to lock you up, you have a problem with your home country. So we're trying to absolve ourselves of any responsibility. But like I pointed out before you came on, is that if you're going down there taking prison pictures in front of the prison and you're smiling with the leader of the country, you can't say you don't know about it or it ain't your. I mean, we're literally paying to house these people in this prison.
Exactly. That's my whole point. So it's all a lie. It's all bullshit. Because Justin Garcia, he didn't do any. First of all, if they're committing crimes here, lock them up here. Just like anybody else. If you've committed a crime here, do your time here. If we're a U.S. citizen, I mean, that's what extradition and stuff is for, right?
Right.
If we commit a crime here and go to Mexico, guess what they're going to do? They're going to send us back here to serve our sentence for the crime.
Happens all the time. Yep.
They're not going to put us in prison there for something we did here.
But that falls under the category. Like I said, MAGA does not care what MAGA. If you're in this country, you're undocumented, seeking this. I mean, they really. I mean, to be honest with you, MAGA is anti-immigrant. Even illegal, like the asylum seekers, the ones that have protected status, they want them all out. I mean, it's just anti-immigrant. Like what DJ Julio was saying about there's a possibility of the country being taken over. It's kind of replacement theory.
Listen, Tim, hearing that come from Julio, who is descendants of Mexican Americans and indigenous people, hearing him take this position of this white supremacist, white Christian nationalist whiteness in this country is absurd. Well, all he's doing is repeating those talking points. He sounds, you would not think DJ Julio came from any indigenous background, any Hispanic, I mean, none. You would think DJ Julio was a white supremacist the way he's talking. I'm just being honest. Well,
Jesus.
Tell me what I said that doesn't align. Tell me what I said that doesn't align. His analogies about he's saying it. Well, if you believe it, say it with your full chest. Okay, cool. Then you are what you are, right? You don't eat apples and shit bananas. I mean, you are what you are.
Well, you don't eat apples, but shit. But I actually think that it's just because I see in the comments too on one of my I think it's who said that. Somebody said replacement theory is real, and that's what I think it is. I can't see the name, just Testudo or something, but I think it's a matter of, when Trump said they're invading the country and they're poisoning the blood of this nation, they're vermin. Yeah, it's a matter of our country is it's Christian based. I get it is white for the most part, white dominated. And if you try to change the logistics of this country, it's replacement theory. And folks believe that these folks are kind of replacing what the tradition is.
And there's no place in U.S. or world history where they can say any minority group at any time oppressed and did to white folks what they've done to every other marginalized group on this planet. Where did that happen?
South Africa. The South Africans have taken their land back by illegal means. They're doing it.
But and what percentage of that? Again, you're talking about taking it back. You're talking about taking it back. So you steal from me, and
no, they're doing a little bit more than taking. They're doing a little bit more than taking it back. They're being violent to some of them too.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not even going to argue that. My point is, if I'm violent to you when I took it, now I have the social decorum to get it back. What are we talking about?
Well, wait, hold on, Mike. You can't overlook the fact that there's a huge gap. If I take land from you in 2025, and your great grandkids decide we want it back in 2110, and now all of a sudden they're violent to my descendants. There is a huge gap in between the get back, is what I'm saying.
Of course, and I'm not advocating for the violence. What I'm saying is the people that have a lot of nerve arguing that it's somehow this thing that's never happened before, that is revolutionary in its approach.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I agree, but here's the thing: if it happened, why should they even have to take it back by her? Shouldn't they just be giving back what they've also?
People are not going to. I hate to say it, but if we see something, if we seize something from a country in 2025, we're not going to be trying to make it right in 2150. It's just it happened. It's over with. I mean, that's just. I mean, that's the way it is around the world. You know, I'm sure Russia didn't become Russia by that large without seizing property from somebody. They're not going to give it back 150 years later.
No, I understand, and that's why Ukraine is fighting so hard to keep what they have, because they know once it's gone,
it's
they're not
gone.
going to give it back. I mean, it's gone. But you can't expect people to just accept it and then you continue to try to take from them. See, because your analogy would assume that land was taken in 2025 and nothing transpired between now and then, and everybody was created equal between now and 2100. What are the odds that would be the case? When people take like this, they don't stop. And if it's not a physical takeover, they put systems in place to slow down progression.
True.
That's what this country is founded on,
That's
right?
what we do.
So you don't listen. You don't have to. Slavery ended, but the systems were still there. We're still talking about redlining, and now we've got executive orders trying to take back what we fought to get. So at what point do you sit and take it, or do you push back? Well, and that's what when I'm listening to DJ Julio, he's on the far side with them. He's standing next to Trump. Yeah, get all of them people. That's my people. That are descendants of my people. Out of understanding the history. That's the hypocrisy in that, coming from someone like DJ Julio, and then trying to justify it happening to his people, and he said it.
I believe he's listening in. I'm kind of curious to how he would respond, because I mean, he is Native American, and yeah, he definitely probably would not.
He said both.
Huh?
He said Mexican and Native American. So both of his people on both sides of his family dealt with this. Both sides. And he's sitting here as a descendant of those that tried to fight for the rights that he has today, saying, "Oh, fuck it, don't matter. It don't matter." Well, it is weird. So let's get to Hennessy Hexen. So 4 days ago, he had an unsecured internet line set up in his office.
More Signal shit. Yeah, Signal.
What are we doing? What are we doing? So this line that he got in there, which is called the dirty net, right? Because there's no security. It's just an internet line that he had brought into the Pentagon around the security that they have. After 2 incidents with Signal chat already, now he's doing this. And Donald Trump says, what did he say? Pete's going to get it together. You saw that quote from Donald Trump, right?
Well, listen, I can tell you what they're doing. They want to be able to do stuff without any trace or accountability. And they're trying to find ways, as much as they can. Like I mentioned with the other caller about how they need to erase, I think it was Will was talking about erasing DEI and erasing data and stuff like that. I think that they know at the end of their term, if they don't continue some kind of crazy dictatorship or something, at the end of their term, there's going to be a whole lot of things they've done that they would rather not be known. And that's what Signal was. I think that they want to be able to do stuff off the grid that people can't trace.
How many of these reports do we have to deal with? So this is the third time Signal chat has come up since Pete Hegseth. In the first 100 days, this is the third time Signal chat's come up. And this is crazy because this is putting people in danger. And then the whistleblower, I know you heard about that. That's been a couple of weeks now.
They fired. He fired that guy. His chief of staff resigned too. But yeah, they went after the whistleblowers.
Right, they went after the whistleblower about the national labor, where he was witnessing those accounts that were created, and they went in and the data. That was when Doge. That was Elon Musk. So my point is saying all of this stuff to people like DJ Julio, who say that we're trying to take our country back and fighting for the Constitution while we're watching the administration be lawless. Let's just call it what it is. We're just watching them be lawless, and the excuse is we're tired of people taking and we're worried about being replaced. First of all, this is the irony about Julio siding with some people that the white theory that they will be the white replacement theory, and he ain't white. Or is he? Or he's close to whiteness. This is the problem with this argument. This is the problem with saying that the J6ers just went because they had the right to be there, or they had the right to be there. Julio, I know you're still
he was pushing that one. He really was pushing that.
Perfect. He gave an analogy earlier. Here's my challenge to you, DJ Julio, and I know you're listening. You're in South Dakota. Go down to City Hall. City Hall's closed right now, but hey, fuck it. You don't need no access. Go on down to City Hall because the people, you're the people. Just go ahead and kick in the door, break a window, Julio, and see how that works out for you, my guy. I mean, the idea that logic matters is absurd. It's absurd. It doesn't pass the sniff test. And the fact that, you know, the good thing that comes out of this, and it's people that think that way.
Because you're talking about Julio, he's MAGA. Would you be okay with talking to him for a minute?
Not a problem. Not a problem.
All right, because he wants to holler at you, so to speak. I don't normally bring up more than one guest, but Julio is a respectable friend of the program, so I will. Now, Julio, you are on, and I'm assuming that you've heard things that you may or may not agree with. Julio.
I agree with everything. He's open to his opinion about me. Yes, I am white. My mother's white. My father was mixed. His parents were, one was Mexican, one was Sistan Wahpeton Sioux. No, and I'm not going to go down and break into a building that's closed because that's stupid.
But if it's closed to the if it's closed or closed to the public, what's the difference, Julio? Because that session was closed to the public. What was the difference?
It's the same thing as you saying that my house is closed because it's construction. It's my house. I'm coming in.
Well, no. It's not the same because you said that that was a public building where U.S. citizens have the right to go in, and that's what they were doing there because there should be transparency. But you know that the certification of an election is a closed process, so that no one had the right to be in there other than the people that were in there, right?
You could say that. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Well,
you're not 100% wrong, and you're right.
It's not my
Constitution
opinion,
and the law say that.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's the Constitution and the facts of the law say that they weren't supposed to be there, not me.
Okay, I just firmly disagree with that. I agree with the fact that we have the right to go into those buildings. That
But you disagree with the law.
You're doing something wrong. I do 100% disagree with the law on that day.
Okay.
100%.
So again, so on that day, so the next day the law applies, but not that day.
On that day, the people that were against the decision on 2020 wanted to talk to their people, wanted answers, and had that right.
Julio,
it's no different than the Second Amendment saying that I have a right to bear arms to form against a tyrannical government.
Wait, Julio, Julio, wait, hold on. Julio, you already know that them people did not want answers. They wanted to hear what they wanted to hear. There was nothing else they were going to accept other than Trump won that election. You could have talked to them people for 10 straight days, and if you didn't tell them what they wanted to hear, they were not going to leave.
I can assume that. Yes, you're right. I could assume that.
Here's the thing. You're saying your opinion. All I'm saying to you is this about the Constitution and the right to assemble and the right to be there. They have the right to be outside and protest. They didn't have the right to go behind those barriers. They're actually there for a reason. Assault police officers, break windows, and storm the Capitol. They didn't have a right to do that. And you're conceding that by the law, I'm right. But your opinion is on that day, that's your opinion, that the law didn't apply on a day?
I clarified this with Tim as well, and I'll re-clarify with you. Yes, there were some bad people in it. There were some things that happened that shouldn't have. But I do agree with the fact that people had that right to be there.
Okay, let me ask you this, DJ Julio. You're a DJ, right? By trade, right?
I own a plumbing company too.
Okay, but you're a DJ on the side.
Yeah.
So when you're DJing an event and you're up front and you have that microphone, right? You have that microphone. You're trying to control that crowd, right?
Correct.
So you can play a song and you command them to do whatever the song is. You're trying to lead them to a end, right? Because you're trying to get this party to a crescendo, and your job is to get them there, right? As a DJ.
Right? Yes, I want to get him to a peak. Peak, yes.
Well, guess what? That's what Trump did that day. He got them to this peak. And now you're saying he has no responsibility to getting them to that peak. He was the DJ and the orchestrator of that event.
I know exactly what you're saying.
Actually, that's a good example. That's a real good example.
If you come to my show and you get revved up, and you go outside and get in a fight, get in a car wreck, get a DUI, overdose because you had too much drugs. How many of those things that I just mentioned are my fault?
If you told them to, if you
Zero.
Okay, don't hold on, Julio, because you know, if you get on that microphone and you take those points you just said and you exaggerate them inside that club, tell them to drink, tell them to do this, tell them to slam. You play some music where they're slamming and they're getting all riled up and somebody gets hurt, you are liable.
So I tell them to do shots, and I play that song, shots. And now I'm in trouble because you got a fucking DUI. You're off your rocker.
All right.
but here's what I'm saying.
With all due respect, I have no reason to disrespect you. I don't know you. I don't know you like that, so I'm not going to disrespect you.
I'm not even. I have thick skin. What I'm saying to this.
Good.
Hold on for 1 second. Here's what I'm saying. When I bring your name up, I'm listening to what you're saying, and you're going on feelings. You're going on opinions. You're going on feelings. You literally acknowledge the Constitution. You literally acknowledge that it was a closed session. But your opinion or your feelings were they had a right to be there, but the law says no. And you've acknowledged that. And so what I'm saying to you is when
sometimes the law's wrong.
So what do we do when we believe a law's wrong? What do we do?
Just break it.
You try to change the law.
We try to change the law.
In a civilized world, you're right. You try to change it.
Right.
There was nothing civilized about that day. The way that things went wrong, the way that whole Trump administration went that year.
And who was responsible for that?
The
you
Democrat
can't say them letting hell no. The Democrats didn't say, come on in and tear this bitch down. They didn't say that.
You didn't attack my president? You guys didn't attack my president for 4 straight years?
No. That came from citizens. You can't go take over a political building because of some citizens don't like Trump.
I mean, think about it, Julio. I mean, listen.
But you can burn down a city.
But that again, you're going to that, and we can talk about that another time because that's its own.
That ain't got nothing to do with this.
It has nothing to do with this. But all I'm saying, because you wanted to have this conversation, all I'm saying is when you take the position that you take on this and other subjects, it's not about facts, it's about feelings. Because the reason I say that, just like, and I attacked you the other day when you dropped, I don't know if you heard me, when you were talking about transgender and all of that. I literally came up right after you and pulled up stats out of your state on SA crimes in your state and rapes in your state. You know the one thing I didn't find? I didn't find one case where anyone transgender did anything. Not one. But what I did find is South Dakota has a 55.8% rape percentage. It's higher than the national average. Did you know that?
I didn't.
Your state. So when I hear you talking about your daughters and when I hear you talking about that the transgender is a thing, when you look at the stats, there's not even a stat you can pull up to show where transgender community is committing crimes and doing the things that you was found they're doing. But what I can find is white men in your state, 42% of rapes in your state are committed for people 18 years old and under. That should be your outrage, Julio. That should be your outrage.
Yeah, and it will be more of a talking point for my community for sure. No, those are facts that I didn't know. And see, that's the point of these debates and these. When I'm sharing and I'm feeling emotional, I'm sharing a perspective. It's not necessarily 100% mine. It's probably 50% mine. I can see logic in a lot of what I say. But I'm here for. I've told you all this a million times. I've told Tim this a million times. I'm here for the argument. I'm here for the debate.
Hold on 1 second. I want to read this comment, and we'll continue. Papa9 on YouTube says, "See, this is why I don't like hanging out with." He used the N-word, but I don't like hanging out with N-words. Most of y'all lost, weak asses, and pathetic. It's sad, but yet entertaining. That's why I'm here. Julio, what say you? You don't do you see black people as weak?
I don't see black people. I don't.
I know
I don't give a shit. I see the person. I see the person inside. I don't give a shit about your color. I don't. I can't. How am I going to be a white person that has both half his blood, Native and Mexican, and be racist? I can't see race. I'm seeing situations.
But here's the thing. Here's my pushback with you, Julio. You say that, but you literally. Do you believe proximity? And again, I listen to you talk about how these things.
I give you guys a couple minutes. I do got to move it on. I give you guys a couple minutes. Cool. I got other callers, but go ahead.
This will be my last point, and I'll drop off. I hear you talk about your daughters, and I know you love your daughters. Matter of fact, if you didn't, I appreciate that. I'd have a bigger problem. But however, I appreciate that. I listened to your talking points about protecting them, but you're literally your talking points put you in proximity of white Christian nationalism, white supremacy, and people that hate minorities. That's not even up for debate. That's not even up for debate. That's who the Trump administration espounds to, surrounds himself with. Therefore, you put yourself in proximity with that ideology. In the same time, you think you're protecting your daughters from this boogeyman over here. You're putting them in harm's way when people that don't care about minorities or women. And that's a fact. That's not my opinion. Michael, Tim, I know you got to go. Yeah. But I can show you facts, on data to support what I just said. So it's our job to protect these women, these children, and talking about transgender is the boogeyman when the state you're in, that should be your fight, my guy. 42.8% of rape victims are under the age of 18 in your state. And I can break it down by county.
All right. And that would make sense. And what I want to say to you real quick, and I'm done, Tim, I'll actually back out so y'all can finish the conversation. But when I'm talking about my daughters, I'm talking about what it would feel like, what I would have to worry about. And you're right, I'm worrying about the boogeyman, or the Geechee man from the native tribes. I understand what you're saying. I just don't ever want to see that where it's accessible that my daughters have to experience that. And thank God none of them have. I'd be in jail 10 times over if it did. But I look at the next generation. And I understand it's not perfect. And what's happening in 2025 is not perfect. But I think it's a better idea than we had 4 years ago. I'll stand on business with that.
All right, Julio.
I can appreciate that. All right, Julio.
All right, appreciate it. Thank Mike, I do got to move it on, man. So thanks for coming through. Appreciate it. All right, and that was a spirited debate. Listen, we get folks from all sides of the aisle. Both of those gentlemen are friends of the program. And I don't normally do more than one caller, because you see, for you folks who may watch other live streams, I'm sure all of you do, you probably have noticed a lot of them are scream fests. People are talking all over each other. Insults are flying every damn where. Even if you don't agree with anything you see on the program here, you will notice one thing: we make a good effort to keep it civilized. Even if you're insulting the host, for instance, like me, I take all types of, like the individual talking about he doesn't hang around with N-words because they're weak or whatever. We keep it civilized. I mean, the comment section is one thing, but we do keep the actual audio fairly civilized. Who knows? You may be sitting around listening to it in your car or something like that, and somebody else is listening. So we don't have a lot of really insulting language thrown back and forth. It happens, but it is nice to have two folks from their own corner of their political theater being able to talk and maintain this. Now, those two individuals don't agree on a lot, but they were able to talk. There was no screaming. There was no overtalk. They were able to do it. And that's why we do try to keep the amount of guests fairly limited, because I want to be able to focus on the guests, give them plenty of time to talk, and folks are not just sitting there or yelling out their point. It keeps it more civilized. Anyway, looking in the comments, it gets too chaotic in other lives, says Cedric. Yeah, that's why we don't do it here. We don't want all the chaos and things like that. If you want to come up and talk, it doesn't matter what your political affiliation is. Doesn't matter if you think I'm an idiot. Like, for instance, Papa Naya Shelley on YouTube, the one that talked about it, don't hang around Negroes, because you could come up on a live and I would give you at least 10 minutes to state your case, including if it was about attacking the host. You could, tear me in. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Every day I listen to you and you sound like you're a piece of shit. Whatever you want to go. But we'll talk about it. I'm going to challenge you on it, but it will be a civilized conversation. That's why we enjoy talking to MAGA. That's why we enjoy talking to liberals. We enjoy hearing from independents and even folks internationally. It can be done if you make a damn effort to do it. My president signed an EO saving trucking jobs. Yeah. Listen, like I said, I'm not going to pretend like everything Trump has done is bad. In fact, as I stated, everything from tariffs to more expansion into Greenland to getting NATO members to step up their contributions and help the Ukraine. I actually believe Trump could have accomplished most of this shit that he wants to accomplish. It's just how he talks to people. He talks to people in a manner that provokes resistance. When you're on television calling the Prime Minister of Canada a governor, how is he going to look to his own people when you're disrespecting them like that? If the Prime Minister of Canada started calling Trump, a territorial officer or something and degraded his position, Trump wouldn't take that lightly. So why are folks believing that, well, they should have knew it was a joke, or you're insulting somebody. You're insulting someone. So I don't understand why MAGA thinks that he should be able to get away with that when you don't like him being insulted. But I do believe that he could have gotten a lot of the things he wants to get accomplished. Even the deportations. He could be quite successful at doing them if he wasn't doing them in such a draconian, unsympathetic manner. I mean, it's just the way he's doing stuff. Even the firing of federal employees. Why does the head of Doge, why is he walking around with a chainsaw on smiling about firing people? Why is that happening? During the most painful time for tens of thousands of Americans, why is this guy smiling about doing that to people? If you got to let folks go to save money, it's a hard decision to make, but we got to do it to get us out of debt or whatever reason you want to come. But you shouldn't look happy doing it. You're creating misery for American citizens, and he's on TV smiling about it. He could have accomplished a lot more of what he wanted to accomplish if he did it with tact. But the way he's done it has led people to hate him. I was going to bring up, one of my callers just dropped out. Well, he's gone, but I'll continue on with King Finn. What was the guy? Who was I looking for? I can't remember his name. He just dropped out. King Finn, good evening.
I'm okay with being, after Mike, you know what I'm saying, and DJ Julio, because Mike is going to keep DJ Julio pretty damn solid. And he's going to tell you to stop fluffing all the time.
There is no fluffing on this program. By the way, I wanted to say something real quick, because Will G points out that, they're saying with Trump's first 100 days, his polling numbers in the tank. According to Will G, that Trump is already calling for an investigation of the negative polling numbers. Do you think Trump's poll numbers suggesting that he is the worst in 80 years? You think that's some kind of liberal creation?
Yes. The CNN, this is what's funny. CNN and Fox both did polls. CNN pulled their numbers from Fox. He was down in every single last category from his whole last presidency. It's just his first 100 days. Everybody keeps saying, wait. Why are we waiting? Y'all knew this before. He had 4 years before. We know this is not the same Trump.
Yeah.
It's just like right now, have you heard about Cory Booker and Hakeem Jeffries?
On the steps? Yeah, on the steps. I seen that yesterday.
Yeah, with thousands of people there, just like the veterans are out in D.C. Sitting out protesting because this dude is doing crazy shit.
But here's the problem, though. There's no denying that Trump is doing things to anger a lot of Americans. But the problem is, even with Trump's low poll numbers, the polls for the Democrats are barely any better because they're not putting up anyone that is, you can't run on I'm not Trump. The Democrats are not providing a decent alternative.
I understand. I feel you. I agree with you. There isn't a clear-cut winner right now in who should stand up against Trump because, to be honest with you, most of us, now maybe I should just be speaking for myself, I wouldn't mind if Obama went back. And you can pull out those Trump 2028 signs. Let me pull out my Obama 2028 hat. I'm gonna put my let's make America black again. Because it seemed like to me who's winning with Obama.
Make America black again.
Great again. Let's make America black again. Because I didn't have no problem when Jesus came out with that song that said, "My president is black, my Lambo too." I had no problem singing that. Neither did nobody else.
That was Jay-Z. Wasn't that Jay-Z?
No, that was Young Jeezy.
Oh, I thought okay.
That was Young Jeezy's song, but yeah, Jay-Z was on there.
Okay, all right. So let me ask it this way though. Who do the Democrats have? Because I'm starting to think Cory Booker may be attempting to run. I mean, he is making national headlines constantly. He's up there for 25 hours. You're talking about him being on the steps. I mean, he ran before because I actually worked with him on the campaign. In fact, I got a picture somewhere that I took with him. But it's looking like he may run again, Cory Booker. Now, who do the Democrats have that could, I guess I say rally the base? Because the Democrats need somebody that they are attracted to, not just we like him because he's not Trump. Who do the Democrats have that actually will attract the people? And I see somebody got Illinois Governor Pritzker in there. But
it's a lot of names. It's a lot of names in the hat. I mean, I can't pick out one.
That's bad. If you're going to suggest that Trump is so unsympathetic that people are comparing him to Adolf, and someone like yourself who leans left is like, I really can't pick. You can't pick somebody that you would pick over Adolf. That's pretty bad.
No, wait. I can pick plenty of people over Adolf. Okay. What I'm going to say is I can't pick a person that I know will be able to sway the other people, all the other people in the Republican side who aren't MAGA, to come back over to reality.
You don't need them all. You don't need them all.
We need the conservative. No, we don't need them all. We need the conservative Republicans to come back into reality because MAGA is gone. We about ready to take MAGA and send them up into space like they did Gayle and them the other day. Okay? We can send them into space.
I don't think MAGA's gone that far. I don't know.
Let them go ahead about their business, okay? But we need the conservative Republicans who actually have a brain, who are still living in reality, who are not sucking on Trump's big toe and praying to Putin to come back to reality to vote with us. Now, to do that, I don't know who it's kind of hard to say who we can pick. Me, myself, I would probably go put Jasmine Crockett's name in the book. Yes, I would, because Jasmine Crockett, as much as they want to call her ghetto, she's not Marjorie Taylor Greene. No. As much as they want to call her ghetto, she ain't. What's the press secretary's name and the AG's name? She not none of them. She get her business done. She ain't playing.
You know, I don't really have a name, but I would tell you this: whoever the Democrats pick, they need to be Christian, straight, white, and male. Jasmine Crockett doesn't have a lot of those boxes checked out. White, straight, Christian, male. The Democrats need. I mean, Tampon Tim would do a lot better than Jasmine Crockett, in my opinion. But it's going to be a straight, white, Christian male in this environment.
I don't think it is. I think right now, the conservative Republicans have figured out maybe it's just me hoping and wishing. The conservative Republicans who still live in reality have figured out that it don't take a straight white Christian male to do that. Now, does it take a straight Christian person? Yes, it does. Because we really only lost by a nice clear margin of people who didn't. Because the way Kamala lost was because of the amount of people who did not come vote. Period. If enough people would have came and vote, we would have beat that little 74 million that voted for MAGA and Cheeto Benito all over.
I think they are. I mean, Trump has been a lifelong celebrity. I mean, we've all known who Trump is our entire lives, even if you're my age, and I'm in my 50s. I almost think the Democrats need to put forward a celebrity. I mean, they need to put forward somebody that people know and like.
No, we don't need to see this. That's the problem with the whole damn idea. We went through the same thing with Reagan. Reagan was a celebrity. We don't need a celebrity. We need a person to do a damn job.
I don't disagree with you, King, but here's the point. We're talking about winning. We're not talking about doing the job. I'm talking about just the fucking win. To win, you need somebody that people can resonate with. I mean, Jasmine Crockett might be awesome at the job, but she's not going to resonate as a aggressively strong black woman with a large portion of America. You already know the minute a black woman, a dark-skinned black woman like that with the eyelashes and weave and shit, she gonna lose a large portion of America just from visuals alone. And then when she starts talking aggressively like that, a bunch of more are going to go. She's not going to get the job. I don't care how intelligent she's a very well-respected lawyer and all of that. But visually, and you know what I'm talking about, she ain't getting the job. Jasmine Crockett is not going to get the job.
Well, then we as Americans are way farther fucked up than we have ever been. Because if we can't We see exactly what's happening when we did what you just said. We look to a person, to a orange dude who is a celebrity, and look what he's doing. He's fucking up the economy. He's fucking up everything. His numbers are tanking and the whole fucking nine. We don't need a celebrity. We need somebody who knows how to do the job. Take politics back to being boring. So we're not worried about every single fucking thing. That's the damn problem. We see what happens when you go out and get somebody who can just win. They fuck shit up. Because what's gonna happen after he or she just wins? Does she know how to do the job? Because I don't give a damn.
Well, you know, to be honest with you, it ain't even necessarily a matter of knowing how to do the job. It's knowing how to listen. If you if you do what Trump said, that might be all you need to do to be an effective president. Surround yourself with the best and brightest and actually listen to them motherfuckers. The problem with Trump is he don't listen to them. But if you and he didn't surround himself with the best and brightest to begin with, but if you surround yourself with people who know the job and you actually listen to them, you can actually get very, very far as a commander-in-chief. You don't actually have to be that much of a genius.
Okay, so then what I want you to do is, your next MAGA caller, I want you to ask him, why the fuck can he say he needs to get the best and brightest people around him, and then why won't he listen? Because if we're going to base that off this argument of exactly what you just said, that he should be doing the same thing that he's saying he's doing in the first fucking place. Because he said he got the best and brightest around him, which is a bullshit lie.
Yeah.
And
Well, in Trump's case, he is. In Trump's case, I think he believes he is the best and brightest. So
yeah, because he's a xenophobic narcissist.
Yeah.
He's a xenophobic, racist narcissist who doesn't have an idea of what reality actually is. Why would you put Lisa McMahon as the fucking Secretary of Education?
Yeah. What Trump is doing is, what Trump is doing is not something that a lot of other politicians don't do. But in Trump's case, it's more extreme. He is running the cabinet on rewarding people. That's kind of what it really is. McMahon. That's a reward position. I mean, a lot of just like with Elon Musk, the guy donated 300 and something million. That's a reward position. That's all it's really based on. You reward, just like when he's, you purchase some of my Bitcoin, you can come and have dinner with me. That you're basically rewarding folks for making you wealthier. When they come and when they purchase your Bitcoin, which makes your shares go up significantly because Trump owns most of his own damn coin. When they purchase large amounts of it and they get access to him, then you can peddle things you want me to influence. So he's really just selling assets to himself.
So he's really just a lobbyist for the presidential title.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Why do we need somebody who can just win? We need somebody who knows what to do when they win, knows how to do the job. And I'm not just saying knows how to win. I'm saying knows how to do the job and actually complete the job. Because when it all boils down to it, I don't want a fucking celebrity as a president. I want a motherfucker who I hired to do a job.
What about Mark? What about billionaire Mark Cuban, former owner of the Dallas Mavericks? Shark Tank.
Shit. I don't know. Mark, I like Mark a lot. See, again,
he's a businessman. He's straight. He's white. He's Christian.
Don't need a fucking celebrity. It does not need to be a celebrity. It needs to be somebody who's in politics who knows how to do the damn job.
King, you're going up against a juggernaut with decades of people, huh?
I personally believe he's a toddler who's never been told no with a diaper on.
I'm talking about a publicity juggernaut. Everybody, Trump is probably the most popular man on earth. He is a publicity juggernaut. You can't put some unknown bumfuck from Egypt in. You got to put somebody out there that people know. He is a juggernaut.
Well, we're all in trouble then because I don't see a reason why we should be selecting another celebrity. We tried it with Reagan, it failed. We tried it with Trump twice. This is failing. It's a failed presidency, and before the 100th day, it's a failed presidency. We're heading for a fucking recession, for a depression at most. They're talking about shit's not going to be on the shelves. How is that helping? This is COVID 2.0, damn near. That's what they're saying. The market is still falling. It's a failed presidency. Wake up. Well, he's deporting people. He's doing the most insane and criminal shit. His administration is not even upholding the law. What are you talking about?
Well, not to quote MAGA, but you got to give it time. He's only been in there for 3
No,
months.
I'm not. I don't. You know what I'm waiting for? I'll give him time. I will give him time behind bars. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to see happen. Give him time behind bars for the shit he done done.
You can't. And see, when I talk about, I mean, you probably. I mean, I know that because Mike talked about this. The go low, go high thing is not working, but I don't think running on a campaign of even threatening to lock Trump up is the right idea. Now, you could talk about unifying everybody, and then when you get in there, try to lock his ass up. But you got to almost do what Trump did, which is campaign on a totally different direction than what you really want to do to the country. Trump didn't campaign on these huge tariffs. He wouldn't have won on that. So he campaigned on locking up rapists and unalivers, not kids with cancer. I mean, he painted a direction of what, I mean, he kind of threw a curveball. The direction he painted that he wanted to take America in is not what he's, now all of a sudden he went from day one to there's going to be temporary suffering and all of that shit. So if you want to go after Trump, you campaign on unity.
Yeah. Except we shouldn't have to do that. There's no reason
Politics.
why we should have to lie
Politics.
Like that. No, that's just human being.
You're gonna lose about 30% of the voting electorate if you campaign on going after Trump criminally. If you campaign on that, you're gonna lose because MAGA's about 30% of the electorate, and I don't care how much fuck ups that Trump do or what criminal behavior he does. They're not gonna support someone in the future that's talking about locking Trump up. I mean, you've seen January 6th, they don't even want him punished for that. So, I mean, they're not going to support that. So if you want to get anything to do with any MAGA, you can't run on locking up Trump. Now, you can do it when you get in office, but you can't run on that.
You keep thinking I'm talking to MAGA because I'm not. I don't have anything to say to MAGA.
They're Americans. They're Americans.
No, MAGA is fucking lost. MAGA is MAGA. Okay? They're not Americans. You keep saying that. Anytime you think MAGA is a bunch of fucking traitors, okay? Anytime you think it's okay to run up on the U.S. Capitol when you know damn well you ain't supposed to be there in the thousands and break in and start taking shit and defiling our nation's capital, you're a fucking traitor. Period, point blank. You are a fucking traitor. You deserve a traitor's motherfucking treatment. Take your ass to jail. Do not pass go. I don't know. If it was back in the olden times, they would have lined their ass up for a firing squad, okay?
Damn.
Period, point blank. You're a fucking traitor. Period, point blank. There's nothing else to say about that.
Damn. All right, King. I do got to move it on, but damn, these pictures go that deep. Always.
I'm deep with that shit.
I see that. Thank you. Moving on. Firing squad. Wow. I don't know. I'm not a fan of capital punishment, period, but I understand the passion that comes out of this stuff. You know, in regards to that whole January 6th thing, and I got a few super chats I want to respond to on YouTube, but in regards to the whole January 6th thing, as Julio pointed out before, the folks went in there because they wanted to get information from, they were concerned the election was being stolen. They wanted to get information or whatever. In my opinion, as opposed to going to the Capitol building demanding, you get answers from them folks, why not first go to Trump and demand he gives you answers for why he's saying it's stolen? I mean, we're 5 years out damn near, and he hasn't proved that the election was stolen. I mean, you're just taking what he's saying and running with it as if it's fact, and then going and asking the other side, why are you doing this stuff? No, why don't you first find out why he's saying it? Because most of the stuff that Trump has said in regards to the 2020 election still remains unproven, which is why you're hearing stuff like, well, where did the missing 20 million votes go? Or, no, that ain't what he said. He said the million machines were switching votes to Biden and dead people. That's the stuff he said. He ain't proved any of that stuff. He had Giuliani talking about Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss were passing around USB drives like vials of crack. Ain't nothing on the drive. There's no proof in any of this stuff. So as opposed to storming the Capitol and demanding they give you answers, you should be first demanding the guy who's told you this stuff show you a valid reason that it actually happened, valid proof that it actually took place. Don't just run with what he says. These people went to the Capitol building with that shit and threw away their lives. thousands of dollars in legal fees. Some of them went to prison. I mean, they threw away a bunch of stuff just running with what the Trump administration was saying without doing any type of homework to verify the stuff he was saying about the 2020 election was actually true. He cost a lot of people with that. Looking in the comments, Will G says Trump ain't shit. Says posters that have shown his approval rating sliding in the week should be in. Yeah, he did. I haven't heard that yet, but it sounds vintage Trump. It does sound vintage Trump. So by his logic, BLM riots were okay since they paid taxes. I don't know if he was mentioned. Well, he did say taxes, but he was coming at it more of an angle of the January 6ers had a right to go into the Capitol building because this building paid for by the taxpayers. BLM is going into Target and Best Buy. The taxpayer has no right to enter Target or Best Buy, and then they certainly don't have a right to take the merchandise out of there. But that's the same argument with the January 6th protesters. Even if you think they have a right to go in the building, they were stealing shit. Podiums, putting up flags, taking down flags, putting shit on Nancy Pelosi's wall. Even if you pay for the building, you don't have a right to do all of that. So there were clearly crimes being committed. Police is to protect and serve, not kill and maim. I can't disagree with that at all. It sounds like Julio does not want to take responsibility for the actions. He just wants things to fall where they fall. I don't think anyone that is true MAGA wants any responsibility to be taken for what happened on January 6th. I think there's a few people, but most of them believe that what happened on January 6th was warranted. And I mean, you see what happened with Trump. It's a love fest. It's a peaceful protest. I think most MAGA don't believe that anything wrong happened on January 6th, other than the election being given to Biden. Or certified for Biden. Major Boo says the person who said that comment on YouTube about hanging out with the N-word, that person is ignorant, and it shows you how stupid people can be, low-level intelligence they have. And who did say that? That was Papa Diasha. He did say that. I don't like hanging out with N-words. I don't know. It's obviously something that sounds racist as hell, but he's entitled to his opinion. The person on Major says the person on YouTube who said the N-word, look at your own mistakes and judge yourself. We are made the same. We shit the same. We pee the same. And we bleed blood the same. Go in the mirror and say 5 Hail Marys. Papa Nayaseli, that means you. That means you. And I see your comment saying 1 million votes for Biden. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. If the 1 million votes for Biden, look, I'll tell you this. There's comments to be made about things that might look suspicious or things that need to be explained. Fair enough. What happened to the 20 million votes, or how did Biden get more votes than Obama and all of that? Things that need to be explained. Things that might sound suspicious of where you're going, or how could Trump be in the lead before I went to bed and lose it when I woke up? Things that look suspicious, things that need to be explained. I can entertain that, but just because something suspicious happened or something that needs to be explained does not give you the right to just jump up and say I won by a fucking landslide. That's where the problem is. Trump didn't say something looks suspicious or I need answers. He jumped up and said, that means I won by a landslide. What he said and did was even worse than the shit you're questioning. I mean, there's no, if you go to work and you come home and, your door's wide open, that don't give you the right to say your neighbors broke in your house. You can't take something that looks suspicious and then make these statements based on nothing but insinuations. What Trump said, he has no proof for. He has no proof for any of that shit. That's where the problem is. You can't beat me, though. What are you talking about? Sure. Yeah, Tim, and they will still arresting grandmas 4 years later. Well, if they're arresting, the grandma I think you're talking about actually came forward and said that she deserved what happened to her. They were using the grandma for the sympathy card. And the grandma says she has no affiliation with MAGA anymore, anything. She says she made a mistake. I believe that grandma that got arrested that was there on January 6th came forward and took responsibility for her actions and asked that MAGA stop using her as a chess piece, as a pawn. Also, the next candidate needs to be Eurocentric. White? Is that what you're telling me? Because what is Eurocentric? I will say they need to be well-spoken too, because Trump is going to be campaigning for the next candidate. And because there is, by the way, for folks who would say that the Democrats have no bench, they don't have anybody that's up. In reality, the right doesn't either. I mean, if Trump cannot run again, there is absolutely no one on the Republican side of the aisle that has anywhere near the adoration of Trump. No one. You see what happened to even the likes of, what is the guy from the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis. He was probably one of the rock stars of the Republican Party. When you look at how strongly he won in the midterms, he's by no means Trump. So when you talk about the liberals don't have any decent replacement or a decent candidate, the right really don't either. They really don't either. And I see the comments popping. You're saying Marco Rubio and Tom Homan. I don't know. Well, first of all, Tom Homan, I'd have to hear more of his policies. I don't know where he stands with the Ukrainian war and all of that shit. I mean, we know what he believes in immigration. But Marco Rubio, the problem with Marco Rubio is a lot of the things that Trump may have done that are considered illegal, like, or things like, talking about sending American criminals to El Salvador. Marco Rubio, unfortunately, has been questioned on a lot of that stuff. So anything that Trump has done that's very unpopular, if Marco Rubio runs for president, unlike Tom Homan, for instance, he's going to be held accountable because he's responded to a lot of that shit. He's going to be held accountable for some of that stuff. So I think Marco Rubio may have damaged his political aspirations, because just like when George W. Bush took us into Iraq, a lot of aspiring Republican politicians could not run without people questioning why the hell did you support that. There's a lot of why the hell that you support is going to come from the Trump administration. There's going to be a lot of Republicans that are likely going to, if you're in an independent area, purple area, or area that leans blue, probably from the midterms on out, you're gone. Now, if you're Marjorie Taylor Greene in a deep blood red area, yeah, you might be safe. But if you're in an area that's kind of purple or independent, and certainly one that's blue, you stood by while Trump was doing all of this stuff as a congressperson, and we don't see anywhere where you put up any resistance at all. You're dodging town halls, running from people to your car and shit. Like, you're over with. You're over with. So I don't know, Marco Rubio. I don't, and JD Vance. He ain't Trump. I'm not saying that he would not have a chance. He would not have a chance to. I'm not saying he would not have a chance to make it to the top of the Republican ticket, but he ain't close to Trump. I don't know anybody on the Republican side that people love like that, where they could, Trump said middle of Fifth Avenue type shit. There's nobody else on the Republican side like that. Nobody. There's nobody. If Trump, once Trump is gone, those people are going to go to different places. They're going to scatter all over the damn place. Trump ain't even playing Connect Four. So you said that Trump he ain't playing chess. He's not even playing Connect Four. Tamar Bowles, you said Tim Walz. I'm going to take a beating from MAGA from this, but I actually think for the Democrats, Tim Walz is not a bad candidate. I think he was faced with an uphill battle because just like with Kamala Harris, Biden took too long to step down, and Tim Walz did not have enough time to become well-known nationally. But Tim Walz actually checks off a lot of the boxes. I mean, obviously, he's a straight white Christian male, which checks off a bunch of them. Served in the military. They criticized him for saying he was in war when he wasn't. I don't know how that's that big of an issue, and we can point out all sorts of things that Trump lied about that are okay, but this guy said he was in war, and he did. That can go anywhere. But I think Tim Walz, for the most part, is fairly squeaky clean. He's a fairly clean candidate. He's not, Andrew Tate masculine enough for the right. I get that. But in terms of his administrative capabilities, as one of my viewers talked about, somebody who can get the job done, I think Tim Walz actually would be a decent choice for the left. I really do. Somebody who can, where you get 2 solid years to hear from him. Not 107 days Biden gave them. No, he needs some time to run so that the people can get to know him and shit. But he would have the fact that people are getting to know him, plus a good year and a half of criticizing Trump's policies and pointing out things that Trump might be doing that's illegal, immoral, or unsympathetic. I'm telling you, Tim Walz, I wouldn't count him out. I would not count Tim Walz out. I'm just going to say that. We'll see. Just don't say Stephen A. Alters ego. Stephen A. is making big rounds politically in terms of social media. He's really coming out. He's doing really well, certainly with News Nation putting him on with Cuomo and Bill O'Reilly. And now they're doing little tours and shit. By the way, any of you folks who may watch News Nation, if you don't, Wednesday, 2 days from now, Trump is going to have an interview on News Nation, courtesy of Bill O'Reilly, who regularly hangs around Trump. He's gotten Trump to come on News Nation. And News Nation is probably a little bit closer to the right than the interview Trump's going to do on ABC News tomorrow. So I'd invite you to watch News Nation. That should be an interesting conversation. But Bill O'Reilly, Stephen A. Smith, and Chris Cuomo, formerly of CNN, are all going to interview Trump on News Nation Wednesday night. So it should be an interesting conversation. Continuous bomb threats in heavy blue counties, disenfranchise voters. They're playing that, going back to that 1960 shit again, huh? Bomb threats? Could be. I don't. People are going to try to influence the election. That's every election, I suppose. Every election. Anyhow, folks, I do gotta do what I normally do. I appreciate the 88,000. Didn't get quite to 100,000 likes, but thank you, folks, that did tap the screen. Got your boy up to 88,000. Stephen A. Smith, a politician, I don't know, and certainly not at the national level. Maybe if he wanted to run as Congress or something like that, maybe start off at the congressional level at best. Now, if he ran as a mayor, I think Stephen A. Smith could have a very successful career in politics. Remember, all you got to do is know how to talk and resonate with the people. He clearly has a career of doing that. He just did it in sports. But if he knows what's going on politically, he clearly knows how to talk and resonate with millions of people. Nationally, nah. But certainly if he ran in a liberal city for mayor, I think he could be very competitive in some of these cities that heavy crime or some shit like that, because he's going to be a little bit closer to center than very progressive, and that's going to bring some of the Republicans in that liberal city over to him and independents. I think Stephen A. Smith could have a very successful career. Maybe governor, something like that. He could do. I don't know about, like I said, president. Maybe not so much, at least this early, but mayor of a liberal city, possibly governor of a liberal state, and definitely a congressperson. I think he can get one of those gigs. Let's talk about how Trump said he was going to end Ukraine war before he even became president. Well, that's turned out to be a lie. I don't think there's any other way to look at it. He said it was exaggerating or whatever, but it's pretty safe to say Trump was lying about that. The whole notion that the war wouldn't have happened and things like that. He can't even get Putin to stop it. What he is doing now looks embarrassing, where you got the Ukrainians agreeing to end the war while being attacked, and Trump's the side where he's more fake, because he has a favorable relationship with Putin, and here he is on social media talking about stop. It's pretty clear that he was lying when he said he could end it that quick. 200 bomb threats to be exact. Already? Really? I mean, I know this is going to be a tightly contested election. I already know that. I mean, because Trump is already talking about you got to have birth certificates and all of that shit. There's going to be people trying to make it hard, if not impossible, to vote, and that usually comes from the right. The left likes to make it easier to vote. The right likes to make it harder to vote. There's pros and cons to both of them. If you make it easier to vote, you make it easier to cheat. If you make it harder to vote, you also make it possible that people who legally have a right to vote may not be able to cast their ballot because you put up so many hurdles in the way. And that's kind of the goal. If you put up enough hurdles, the people that we don't want to vote might choose not to do it. Like you can't hand somebody a bottle of water when they're standing in a hot line for 8 hours. Well, that might encourage some of these people dealing with the heat to just say, fuck it, I'm going to go leave and go home and get under the air conditioning. The whole goal is to make them not vote. So, small turnout, it benefits Republicans. Higher turnout benefits Democrats. So you can see how they try to sway the election based on that. The Democrats try to encourage higher turnout. The Republicans try to encourage lower turnout. Tim, you owns us more time from your feed on YouTube, and it keeps cutting out. What the hell? I don't know. Maybe it's my Wi-Fi. I'm on Wi-Fi now. I don't know why it's cutting out. Let me see here. Because it's not cutting out on any of the other devices. I don't know about that. But anyway, I do got to step away anyway, Major Boo. I don't know. I'm not seeing it cutting out. Any election, Trump carried both the popular and electoral. It's history, so MAGA agenda is in control. MAGA's agenda is in control. 100% agree with you, but carrying the popular vote and electoral vote, that's what Democrats usually win on. So would you say that their agenda is in control when they're in there? I mean, didn't Biden win the popular vote and the electoral college when he got elected? Did you say that Biden's agenda was in control when he became president? No, you said he stole the election. Name one Biden campaign promise he kept. Name one. Well, Kamala Harris. You say name one Kamala Harris. I don't understand why the Republicans, particularly MAGA, keep holding Kamala Harris accountable for not doing anything. Folks would suggest on the right that Trump had a very successful first term as president. I don't hear MAGA bragging about all the accomplishments of Mike Pence. You don't say anything positive about Mike Pence. So why the hell are you expecting all kinds of positive shit about Kamala Harris? Vice presidents don't do anything. That ain't their job. They pretty much take a back seat, go on meetings and promote the president. That's really all they really do. So I don't know why people are saying that Kamala Harris didn't do shit. None of them do shit as vice president. The vice president is not signing shit into law or passing executive orders or anything, other than being the extra vote when there's a tie. It's kind of it. It's kind of it. Otherwise, you should be bragging about all the shit Mike Pence did in Trump's first very successful presidency that you enjoyed. You're not doing it. So why should you expect it to be coming up from from Kamala Harris? Now, Biden's presidency with the liberals, I don't think that the liberals were that much of keep in mind how many people did not show up to vote. So the liberals were not that big of a fan of Biden's presidency, in my opinion. I just think that they didn't want him to leave because they feared Trump. But yeah, Biden's presidency was not that great. I mean, the CHIPS Act, the infrastructure bill, the average American ain't jumping up and down about that shit. Now, for me personally, if he could have got through the forgiving of student loans, that would have been that would have made a difference in my life. And I'll tell you this, just for me personally, and I'm going to assume this applies to millions of other Americans with student loans, he suspended it for a while. For a good while. That meant financially, it made a difference. For me personally, we think about the hundreds of dollars per month. I used to say this all the time when it came to Trump versus Biden or Kamala Harris or some of them other folks. If you can give me forgiveness on student loan debt and universal health care, that'll be more than triple anything a tax cut could do for me. Because that's what Trump is running on, tax cuts. If you could forgive most folks' student loan debt, the folks who owe student loan, that is going to be bigger than anything that's going to come from a tax cut. That's good, because if a tax cut is bigger than that, then you probably make enough money where your student loans ain't much of a big deal to pay them. But for the average person, I mean, student loans is hundreds of dollars a month. You're not getting even the guys who might get no tax on tips and overtime. Probably it would still be competitive to give them a forgiveness on student loans instead. When you factor that in, plus universal health care, guy my age that goes to the doctor regularly, them bills that chase you home, you give me universal health care like Obama wanted it to be, not this shit we got now. You give me universal health care and forgiving student loans, ain't shit Trump could do with the economy that's going to compete with that. That would literally increase the class for certain people. I mean, you would take people out from poverty to middle class by doing that. That's way bigger than anything a tax cut could do. So when people were talking about how great Trump would be for the economy, I used to bring that up all the time. Biden and Kamala are talking about forgiving student loans and expanding universal health care. That's way bigger than what Trump is offering. Way bigger. For the average working American that's at the lower end of the economic scale. That's way bigger. I mean, you're talking literally, it could be literally $1,000 a month or more. When you factor in people's medical bills plus what they're paying for student loans, that could easily be $1,000 a month for some people. Trump ain't offering shit that's even in the realm of that for the average working American. Tax cuts? No, it ain't gonna do it. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the and 92,000, but I do have to step away. Being good on TikTok. Thank you to Cedric. Appreciate that. And for you folks that enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle, I'm going to ask that you follow the program. If you're on YouTube, horizontal or vertical, I ask that you give your boy a subscription. By the way, any of you folks that watch, click the notification bell if you're on YouTube, because apparently when I make the videos and stuff, it will let you know. You can laugh at them or criticize them. Someone asked a question I wanted to respond. What percentage of American population have student loans, Tim? I don't know, but I bet you it's more than the LGBTQ population you're making a big fuss over. I bet a lot more percentage of Americans have student loans than they're transgender, and that seemed to have gotten your attention. So I don't know what percentage of student loans, but that's a good question. I'd have to look it up. Anyhow, I do appreciate that. I do got to step away. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I'll catch you guys manana. Go ahead and give your boy a subscription or a follow. Catch you later. I think I am. There we go. All right, I'll drop it. You have a good night. You too there, Dalen. Thank you for tuning in. See you manana.